welcome to Nat1Fun. How's everybody doing this Saturday? Like I said, the stream might be suffering in terms of quality. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Some dropped frames have been detected, but hopefully it doesn't cause too many issues. If it becomes far too much on the stream, we'll have to do another reset. I hate having to do a reset in the middle of the stream, but I don't know what it is. It seems to clear the cache or whatever it is, and it'll get it going. So, as for everybody else, welcome, players. How you guys doing?
Good.
Great.
How?
So excited.
Amazing.
Let's see.
Ready to go.
Yeah, there we go. Got dice, everything.
Oh.
All right, so let's get through the announcements as we usually do before we actually get into our game. First off, if you're new here, welcome. I'm so glad you guys are able to join us for our game, our third episode of Icewind Dale. We do have like 5 prior episodes to the 3 full episodes that you can go watch, and prologues and character introductions to each one of them. But yeah, if you are not following, you should definitely hit that follow button. Hang out with us a little bit longer. You guys are going to be in here for the long haul today, about maybe 3.5 hours, depending on how the game goes. This is my healthy energy drink. You see, this is my alternative to Red Bull. It's me saying I'm not killing myself while killing myself, because it's still an energy drink. Anyways, so let's get a few announcements off the deck here. So the first thing I want to get across is today we are doing a giveaway. So the giveaway will be done in the mid-game break. So be sure that if you are wanting to have a chance at winning our free dice today, that you hang around, you stick around to the mid-game break. And then at that point, we'll be running a giveaway for subscribers only. So if you're not subscribed and you want these dice, make sure that you subscribe to the channel, and you will have a chance at winning this. Don't forget that next week we're also going to be giving away a free D&D material, so such as the Icewind Dale module, the player's handbook, Tosh's Cauldron of Everything. Depends on what you guys want. Of course, the winner gets to choose either physical or digital, depending on how you play your games. This is not Johnny Cash. No, this is actually a custom song that was created for us by one of our fans. Wonderful composer. He's an incredible musician. Yeah, I made this one up just for us. And so let's kind of get into it. So merch is kind of coming down the line, but that's neither here nor there. Main thing is, we have this giveaway that we're going to be doing, and Ray, if you want to take away what is going to be given away today and kind of describe them a little bit better than I did.
Okay. So, if you have been watching the last several sessions, which even if you haven't, cool. Or if you've ever played D&D, you probably know this as well, that a lot of us really like dice. We hoard them in various forms and fashions, or make them, as we have now discovered some of us do, not this one. And so I wanted to do a dice giveaway so everybody can love dice as much as I do. And I found for our first set, it is from the Cozy Gamer, and it is this Will-O-Wisp dice set. See if I can get it to focus a little better. Maybe. It's like got these greens and these blues. Nope, it's not going to focus really well. With a little bit of sparkle to it. I think the D6 is really pretty.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that.
Isn't it?
It's always nice when you get to see the actual dice, not just the picture.
Ooh, I love the transparency.
So, yeah, I was just looking for dice that I thought was icy or Aurora Borealis inspired, for this first giveaway, and Loli, who did all of our character artwork, pointed me towards the Cozy Gamer, and I found those, and that's our first dice giveaway. And I'm really excited to give them to somebody today. So, and I think I've already got next month's set picked out and possibly on the way. But I also might keep them and have to get another set to give out, so I don't want to say anything yet.
Yeah, that'll happen when you start doing dice giveaways. You kind of get dice envy and just want whatever you're giving away. All right, well, thank you, Ray. We are going to kind of go over the fact that we are giving away something also again on the 26th. So be looking out for that. Like I said, we're going to be giving away D&D material, physical or digital copies. So same stipulations though. You must be subscribed to the channel. You must be there and present during the time of the actual giveaway. And that's pretty much it. There's not too many stipulations other than that. But yeah, if you have any questions or anything like that about our giveaways or any future giveaways that we may have, join our Discord, throw some questions down there, and we will be more than happy to answer those for you in a timely manner. But yeah, other than that, I don't really know what kind of other announcements other than we are going to be playing the day after Christmas. So guys, if you don't have anything to do, if you're hanging out with family or if you're hanging out with some friends, you can toss on the stream at noon Central Standard Time and CEST time. It'll be about 7 o'clock, just around the time we started today. And we'll hang out with you during Christmas. And I plan on doing a bit of a holiday themed episode. So the players can look forward to that as well. Anyways, so other than those announcements, I think pretty much we are ready to go. We got really everything set up pretty well this time without too much trouble, which is it's a little foreboding for everything to actually work well at one time. So without trying to screw things up too much, we'll go ahead and roll the intro, guys. I'm super excited about today. So here we go. And actually, you know what? I'm going to stop the music so it's not playing over the intro. And now here we go. Last time we left off, sorry about that, guys. Last time we left off, we were met up with a bout of iron. The player still can't hear. There we go. We were left off with a bout of iron. Our adventurers had gone and found the iron about 15 hours or so outside of Bryn Shander. A group of goblins had somehow found this iron and started dragging it towards their carts. Upon finding out that the goblins were taking the iron, our adventurers rushed in, took over the goblin encampment, and laid waste to them. Upon doing so, they figured it's about high time to get out of there before attracting too much attention. And so after several hours of travel, Leodin took initiative to go out and search for a place to sleep for the night, as it had been many hours and the dogs and everybody seemed to be getting a bit tired for the day. After a bit of searching, Leodin was actually able to find a hardcover, semi-cave-like structure to where our adventurers entered in and created a bit of a makeshift camp within the caves. After a bit of trying to figure out how they were going to hide each other within the walls of the actual the caves, they eventually settled upon a rest schedule in order to make sure that someone was at least awake at some point in time during the night. As they go through their watches, some of them a little less intricate as others, they did find a set of eyes staring back at them in the snow at one point. At first, of course, set to be a strange and unsettling creature, turns out to be a goat settled within the snow, just kind of staring out, trying to figure out what was actually looking back at them. After the team kind of reels back from that, they lastly awake Leodin to do the final watch, in which she pulls out a mandolin and begins to play soft tunes until everybody wakes up in the morning. Once everybody awakes, Grimly finds another strange note left within his book, his ever-changing journal. One that, of course, strikes as a strange, globular-like, hard-to-read image that is still very much so indecipherable, and then disappearing until a new set of words and colors pop up as bright reds and oranges pop up to look like eyes, and the words "Beware the red eyes" appear in the book. As Grimly takes these words in, the rest of the group sees how concerned he seems and begins to ask him. Kinrava and Grimly begin to have a bit of a conversation between each other, and Grim eventually apologizing for rushing to conclusions with Kinrava. Kinrava still a bit taken back by it. They each go and take now a trip back to Bryn Shander from their encampment. After walking all the way back with Olanu toting one of the carts herself with a backpack-like strap over her arms, and Molly and Sarah, the sled dogs, carrying the other bit of iron, they eventually reach the walls of Bryn Shander to see that a stark reality of sacrifices that are being made for the Ice Maiden are still hung out to dry, essentially on the outskirts of town, left to be struck by the wildlife and or creatures of the night. They make their way back into town, as they seem to, of course, all meet up firstly at the Black Iron Blades to ensure that they get paid for their goods. And after a bit of harsh words from Iceheart, she has decided that only close friends or accomplices are allowed to call her Olanu. Everybody else should be calling her Iceheart. A slip of the tongue by Garn The Hammer. He apologizes, and our group sets out to kind of find the reward. Some of them go out to the city council chambers, to which they find the three dwarves actually in conversation / arguing with Speaker Duvessa Shane, the town speaker for Bryn Shander. They are there trying to gain citizenship within Bryn Shander, as they find that the roads and trade and their home especially are becoming more and more and more dangerous as time goes on. And we have them as they go into this structure. They found out that not only are they trying to get the citizenship, there is a bit of more information that kind of leads them to believe that there's some craziness going down in Icewind Dale. There are, of course, the sacrifices that are being made to Auril, and they find out how they're being made as they are led out back to a large, almost like bingo-like, fantasy-sized barrel that is able to be kind of rolled in place by several people at once. And inside of the barrel are skulls of knucklehead trouts that have been signed by the citizens of Bryn Shander. And before the night's end of the new moon, they draw from this large contraption, and whoever's name is drawn is to be sacrificed to Auril. So, with a bit of hesitancy, the dwarves agree to these terms, as they find that this, even though strange practice, is probably more safe than them traveling back and forth between their home and Bryn Shander. Our adventurers, either signing on to the idea or just not being okay with it, of course, let Duvessashane know this, but they are also able to get paid by our 3 dwarves, the dwarves giving them each a bloodstone to spend in their own way. After being released from the council chambers with a small bit of information being that a random person had been found dead within the walls of Bryn Shander, they split ways yet again, some of them going to sell the bloodstone and some of them going to the inn to find Ian. Those that went to the inn to find Ian find a small boy attempting his way to try and entertain while Leodin had taken off on an adventure. Leodin taking over for the boy as he struggled to entertain. And Ian made his way downstairs to the sound of Leodin's voice. And as Ian kind of talks to Grim for a little bit and goes and talks to Leodin, he retrieves the gold that he was promised, and even leaving a little bit of a tip for Leodin. Making his way over towards Abel, who was actually at the Black Iron Blade, still admiring his bloodstone and kind of just hanging out with the dogs. Now, those who went to sell the bloodstone, Kinrava was able to pick up some magical paper or some paper, high quality paper, in order to further her studies. And then, of course, Olanu, just there for the gold, was able to procure a bit of gold as well from this old man. At that point, Ian and Abel speak for the last time during the night, kind of wishing each other good luck, as Abel grips his glove tightly, listening to the sound of leather crunch as he looks up into the sky and sees the aurora in full motion at this point. And that's where we'll pick up today's session as we get into it. We'll go ahead and stop that. So, all right. At that point, we'll pick up the session from there. If you guys want, I can lead into it, or if you have anything else to say, Abel, before we move on.
No, I think Abel will just pocket his bloodstone and try to head over to the inn that Leodin and Grimly were heading to.
Okay. So at this point, you will take into account that it takes probably a good 10 to 15 minutes to walk over there. Even if you guys, see that it's still a pretty good sized town, even though, there's only a few places worth going to. There's quite a few people here. So it takes about 15-20 minutes to walk there. Either way, Leodin and Grimly, as Grimly has sunk back a few drinks already, Leodin entering back into the inn, you see Ian as he kind of just gives you a small salute and makes his way to the bar and picks himself up a mead. As Ian kind of finishes his drink, he goes over to Leodin and says, "So, I heard you're taking off again." You there? Oh no,
Now
technical.
I am.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, that was the thought.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're they're gonna miss you here if you keep heading out like this. You know that, right?
Oh, I know some people will miss me here. I don't know if everyone's going to miss me here.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure everybody will be heartbroken.
Oh, I like the way that you think. My ego likes the way that you think. But I don't think that everyone's going to miss me here. Also, don't necessarily say that in front of Scramshax because I haven't talked to him yet.
We'll keep it on the down low. And he kind of taps his nose.
Thanks.
He's like, "Well, any idea where you're headed?"
Oh, it was something about Easthaven, maybe? That
Yeah.
sounds correct.
Town to the east of here. Makes sense. I know this is strange, but I had a scheduled delivery to make in Easthaven tomorrow. I didn't know if you guys wanted to tag along or if you, of course, wanted to go your own way.
I think it's safe to speak for the group and we'd love to tag along. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let Garn know. That way he won't go out and try and hire those 2 goons that we had to work with last time. Yeah. All right. Well, that's great. I mean, I'm happy that you're coming. I mean, I'm happy that you're going with us at least, or me. Sarah and Molly will be happy to see you again.
I'm happy that we'll be there too.
Yeah. He just. Anyways, I guess I'll see you in the morning then. Yeah.
Absolutely. What time are you heading out?
Whatever time's fine. They don't really have a schedule. It takes probably about 3.5 hours to get from here to Easthaven using Molly and Sarah. So, we can leave anytime between here and there. It doesn't matter as long as we're there before midnight the day after.
Okay. I'll talk to the crew and I'll get with you.
All right, sounds good. Oh, hey, also I heard that they are going to be having a celebration soon in Easthaven. Didn't know if you were, free or anything. I was just, if you guys wanted to all, come along as a group, that's fine. If we could just all go together to the get together, to the. Molly and
That
Sarah, they're super excited about it too.
Wonderful. Why don't we go?
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, if you wanted to, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. It's a okay then. It's a date. We can go. I'll see you later. Bye. He just walks off. You can see him chugging the rest of his mead as he slams it down on one of the random tables, kind of causing one of the patrons to "Hey!" as he walks by, and he just kind of waves it off and walks back upstairs.
I didn't realize I had that effect on men.
Kinraba.
Would me and Leodin have reached the tavern by now? Not Leodin, sorry, Olanu.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. I mean, you guys can as Abel, or I'm sorry, not Abel, as Ian walks upstairs. You know, cue it as you open up the doorway.
Kinrava's just going to step in, still keeping her hood up so that most of her face is, for the most part, hidden before seeing if she can spot the others in the tavern.
Grimly, what are you doing at this time?
I am sitting in the back, just waiting to watch Ray perform, and I'll notice Kinrava come in and wave her down.
Who's Ray? I assume Leodin.
Yes. But Kinrava will come in, but she's also going to wait for Olanu as well, just because she figures that people are going to be more interested in the giant Goliath than they are going to be of her. So
yeah, sure. You, I mean, you kind of wipe the snow from your boots, kind of kick them, you know, pull your foot back to kick the toe to cause the snow to beat off the ends of your boots, and then, you know, walking in as she kind of ducks underneath the doorway, you see Olanu is closely in tow.
Kinrava will come over to Grimly and then say, "You know, I have to admit, I had no idea it was so hard just to find glue in a local convenience store at this point. The wonders you learn on the surface."
Yeah, I don't know where you would get something like that.
Well, I'm gonna have to figure out how to actually make the damn stuff now.
Why is it so important to you?
I've just got a small debt I want to get off my back with it.
Well, maybe we can look around tomorrow before we leave. I'll help you.
Speaking of that, do you have any idea how we're going to get there? I mean, walk in there perhaps, but it would take about... I don't even know how long it would take us. I rode here on the dog sled, so...
Where exactly are we going?
Oh, right. You were working with that crappy blacksmith, weren't you? Well, we were going to be going to Easthaven.
What's going on up there?
Oh, you know, the classic Icewind Dale nonsense. A little bit of revelry. Pretty sure someone's freezing to death. Oh, you know, ritual sacrifice to the Frost Maiden. Oh, and they're also setting a wizard on fire.
Oh, that's not good. Why are they doing that?
I don't know, maybe it's their new effort to try and keep warm. No, he apparently murdered some adventurers or something.
Okay, I'm kind of worried seeing we're gonna go there and you're pretty handy with spells. Are you worried about them coming after you?
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest here with you, and she, like, pulls her hood down a little bit to show her face. So far I haven't had pitchforks and torches coming after me, and if they don't come after me for looking like this, I'm pretty sure I'll be alright.
Alright, well, we'll have to secure a way over there. Maybe we'll talk to the group when we all get together.
Speaking of which, where is Leodin right now?
She was over there talking with Ian for a minute. He seemed pretty flustered. Then he headed upstairs.
Kinrava will wave over to see if she can get Leodin's attention and Abel's.
Yeah, as you guys are all speaking, you see the door swings open again as a cold gust of air causes the fire that's in the center of the tavern or the inn to and lean down and dim the lights for a moment, and Abel slams the door behind him, causing the fire to rekindle and go up again.
She'll wave at both him and Leodin, motioning them to the table that her Grim, and I'm assuming Olanu as well is at as well.
Alanu would have come into the inn and then gone over to the bar to get an ale before joining the
Fair
table.
enough. Fair enough, yeah.
Scramsax walks up to the bar. Oh, Alanu, hey.
Hey. Sorry, when did we become so familiar?
What do you mean?
Have I ever introduced myself to you as Alanu?
I guess not. No. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Iceheart. You prefer Iceheart or?
Yes, that's what I've introduced myself to you as. I've never once said
Sorry.
Alanu.
Yeah, no. Garn had come in here one time boasting that he was really good friends with a Goliath. Said your name was Olanu, and I don't know. He was pretty drunk, but
He also says that he's a blacksmith.
You got me there. Yeah, that's true. Anyways, you want an ale? Sorry about that.
Yes.
How about one on the house, huh?
Perfect.
All right, here you go. We'll just go and pour you up.
And she'll walk over to the table.
Okay. Yeah, you walk over to the table now. Everybody essentially is together.
So-
Lee, I'm gonna stop at the fireplace and stoke it just a little bit because I'm just used to doing that as I walk by it. And then I'm gonna go up to the table saying, so, I figured out how we're going to get to Easthaven. I'm assuming we're still going to Easthaven? Have we changed our minds?
I'm assuming we're still going to Easthaven.
Anything
Great.
that gets me from being here less than 10 days.
Fair point.
Ian's going to Easthaven tomorrow and we can go with him. I'm assuming that means we've also got to protect whatever it is he's taken to Easthaven, but we can go with him to Easthaven.
If
Sounds
he's
like a plan.
delivering another shipment for Garm, it might actually be to everyone's benefit if shipments get lost, but yeah, I think that's a fairly good idea.
Were you able to get the bloodstones?
Oh, yes. She picks out Grimly's bloodstone and hands it over to him. And, Leodin, here's the 50 gold we got from selling your bloodstone as well, and she'll hand that over.
Thank you. There's also a festival, and I think I was invited, but I also think y'all were invited. I'm not 100% sure on that one. So, just please come to the festival if I go to the festival. That's all I'm asking.
Where's this festival being held again?
In Easthaven.
Oh,
Also,
well,
Ian just offered to take us there, no cost? That's
Here's
out of
the
character.
fun part about knowing me. Yes, that happened.
Yeah, he seemed pretty excited about it, from what I could see.
Leodin,
Yeah?
Ian is one of the few people in this world who calls me by my actual first name. We are very good friends.
I'm not
Do
going to do
not
anything.
hurt him.
I don't plan on it.
Mm-hmm. And she takes a
All
drink.
right. Look, I haven't led him on. I haven't done anything other than treat him the same way I treat all of you, including fussing at him the way I'm fussing at you right now. So I don't like what you're insinuating here. Just because he wants to hang out with me doesn't mean that I've done anything.
And are you actually interested in him?
I don't know.
I'm going to be chaperoning.
To be fair, I don't think many of us have known Ian quite as long as you have, Iceheart.
Just kind of grumbles and drinks.
I've only seen him the few times he's come in here and listened to me sing. That's it.
Although,
Speaking of which, are you going to perform?
mean, I guess I can.
Does anybody
You
have
perform.
who here has a passive perception over 12?
Let's see.
Okay, so
Oh,
you
I do.
go ahead and check that as I talk. If you have a passive perception over 12, which I assume most of you do at least, those of you that would are standing and talking there and everything like that, Grimly obviously drinking too much and more concentrated on whether or not Leodin's going to sing tonight again to fill his ears with joy. You would have heard as you take a moment to look out the window, and you can now see Ian is cleaning off his gear. A bit of snow left on him as he stands up and starts running back to the south.
Did he just jump out a window?
Who?
I'll be right back. And Alana's gonna get up and go out the door
Okay,
after Ian.
sure. Yeah, Ian seems to be in like a brisk walking pace as he like ruffles his jacket and continues to walk.
Hey, Ian.
Should we?
And he turns around.
Should we follow?
Nah. I'm sure she has this.
He turns around and, oh, hey, Olanu. Yeah, what's up?
You okay? What was that?
What was what?
Oh, you thought you were being sneaky again.
He kind of just puts his head towards the ground. He's like, yeah, no, I was just testing whether or not the window was still working, gust of air. I needed to go this way anyways.
Okay. It is not normal for you to invite us with you, or invite people in general with you for free during one of your escorts.
You know,
What's going on?
I was headed there anyways. You're going to Easthaven, yeah? I figured, I don't know if Leodin's told you or not, but you of course are welcome to come along. I was on my way anyways, and you know, I figured Sarah and Molly would like to see you guys again.
Mm-hmm. Just be careful.
I'm always careful.
You know,
And
she's
he,
a
like, holds his side.
musician, and they're just be careful.
Whatever. All right. Thanks, Alanu.
Yeah. Anyway, you're welcome to come drink with us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'll head back as soon as I talk to Garn.
Okay. And just stop being awkward. Like, I'm awkward, but that was weird.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I am not awkward at all.
The windows, they function.
Yeah, well, now we know that. Thanks to me. Anyways, hey, I'm gonna make my way there, and I'll be back here in a little bit. All right.
Okay.
All right. Hey, save one for me.
Absolutely.
All right. We'll see you there.
See.
And he just turns around and briskly starts jogging off towards the south.
I'll head back in.
Okay. What are you guys doing inside?
Actually, Leodin, do you still have that little staff you had before?
Oh, you mean this?
Yes.
Yes.
I might actually be
do.
able to fully study that now if you'd like.
Oh. All right. I hand it over.
She takes it. Actually, do we have a place we could stay for the night? I'm sure we'd have... Does the inn here have enough rooms for us?
Yes, probably. I know. Well, my room is small, but I could probably fit. Depending on the size of you, because We do have varying sizes. I could fit some of you in there, and then we could just get another room and fit the rest of you, probably.
How
I
about we
can't
get?
say for free, but
How about if we just get one extra room for the men, just so that it's not,
weird.
Yeah.
Would you be alright with that, Ice Heart?
I mean, I'll sleep outside, but whatever.
I
Don't have
I just
to.
imagine it's not a good idea to just whip out my spell book here on the inn table and do
I
the whole.
see. Yeah, so
Ah.
you can just go to my room. It's up the stairs and to the left, and then the 1, 2, 3, fourth room on the right.
How much is it to stay a night in this tavern? My apologies. Inn, usually.
Well, we don't get many visitors because you can't get in or out, and most people have a place to live. So any visitors that come are kind of just people from the different towns coming from the different towns. So, Dan, please correct me if I'm just saying shit.
You're doing great.
It's not
Keep it up,
all
champ.
right. it's just a bunch of people who just kind of live in Bryn Shander who come to the tavern to drink or to eat, and then they go home. Really, and every now and then you get maybe 2 people a month, maybe 3.
You'll know.
Stay a
You'll know.
night or 2.
Yeah, you'll know that, just like you said, of course, main travel and mainstay is mostly by travelers that are coming in and out for trade or mercantile stuff. But the other people who might rent a room here are, of course, people who are trying to shack up for the night that don't want to make it public, or, people that get too drunk and they rent a room so they don't have to walk home in the dark, or not in the dark, but in the worst part of nighttime. And stuff like that. So it's mostly residents and or small time visitors.
Let's see. One night here and no more than one night. I'm sorry. I feel very uncomfortable staying in this town when we have that looming rattleball machine constantly hovering over our heads.
I mean, it is what it is, and it is what it is everywhere.
That actually fetches up a marvelous question. Your name is actually in that raffle, isn't it? So
Yeah.
what happens if your name comes up, but you're out of the town with us?
What are we talking about?
That I don't know. Oh, hey, so there's this lottery, kinda, but it's like a reverse lottery. Instead of getting cool things, if your name's drawn, you get put out in the cold as one of those sacrifices to the ice goddess in hopes that all this'll stop. I think it's shite, but they claim that it does good.
How
But-
often does this raffle happen?
Once a month.
Yeah,
Once
it's like they consider it to be once every new moon, so once every, rotation of the moon, rotation of the Earth. So the thing that you would know, Leiden, because of course you are technically from here, is that if, for instance, somebody goes missing or somebody can't be found, and their name is drawn and they were supposed to be sacrificed, they are persecuted to the full extent of the law and thrown in the brig until they either freeze over or they give a good reason why they were not current or there. Everybody here in Icewind knows that they need to be present during the raffle drawing, of course, to decide who is to be sacrificed. And again, it's more of you will be punished for not being there, Some punishments, if bad enough, can lead to being sacrificed the next time or straight on death, as you are sentenced to walk out into the snow with no provisions.
And your name's in that raffle?
If you stay here longer than 10 days, you have to put your name in the raffle.
Which is why I don't stay.
Hmm.
Oh, I didn't really
What-
have another option.
Well, that's unacceptable. Is there any way to get your name out of the raffle?
If it gets drawn,
What if you move out of Bryn Shander?
I guess if I move, it gets taken out, but I don't know if anyone's ever done it.
To be fair, Icewind Dale's not exactly the most hospitable of places to live. I can't imagine many people would like to risk it.
Also, you can't really get out of Icewind Dale right now, so... And all of them, all the towns have something like this. It just kind of depends on what you're willing to risk, and I wasn't willing to risk no fire or no blanket. I was
Yeah.
willing to risk, the odds that my name wasn't going to get drawn, and so far it hasn't been drawn. Or if it has, I didn't know about it.
Hmm.
Well, we gotta think about this, because sacrifices, they're not working. It's been 2 years. I met a gnome the other day that said he had a friend up north that was trying to put an end to this storm.
Really?
Maybe we can talk about this, making a trip up that way after Easthaven.
Well, Kinraha will reach into her pockets on her robe and sort of pull out the tiny little map that she got from the bookkeeper when she left.
Yeah.
Well, looking at this, Easthaven is not too far from here, and it's apparently one of the most well-traveled roads in Icewind Dale. We could always head north from Easthaven, but we could also head back to Bryn Shander after Easthaven and then head directly north that way if we want a smoother travel route. Or we could, if we're feeling very, very brave, we could actually... We might actually be able to just... Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's mountains between the northern regions of Easthaven compared to further north. So yeah, we'd have to come back to Bryn Shander and head north that way.
Well, all he said was that it was north towards the Kelvin Cairn. He didn't really give me a definite location of this person. He told me his name was Hopkin. So,
Strange name.
just a thought.
Alright then. In that case, we should certainly look into that, especially if it's going to end these ridiculous sacrifices. But all I will ask is if we could go to Easthaven first, because the news of these sacrifices is actually making me realize I owe a certain Furbolg probably an awful lot more than I thought I did.
Yeah, and
Very
maybe we should
possibly.
think of a way to get Leodin's name out of that raffle.
They will never... I'm talking from experience when it comes to sacrifice official raffles. They will never let her name out of there.
If she doesn't live here for more than a 10th night, wouldn't they have to?
They might have to, but you have to remember, one more name in that raffle is one more name that might not be theirs. Can
It's
you
worth
think of any...
asking.
It might be.
If, of course, Leodin, you are willing to give up your home here.
So, y'all don't know me real well. I'm not used to staying in a place longer than 6 weeks. The fact I've been here for 2 years is starting to itch. So, it's fine.
A fair point.
Okay. When are we leaving anyway?
I believe
He
Ian
just
is
said
leaving.
any time tomorrow. He said it would
Yeah.
take about 3 hours, and it would be, as long as it got there before midnight the next day, it'd be fine.
Okay.
In that case, how about if we just take a rest here? That'll also give me time to do a few experiments with my spell book, so including this, and she'll hold up the staff again. So that way we can have a night in actual warmth. And then we can head out early in the morning then.
That's fine.
I'm fine with
You
it.
said you were going to let us sleep in your room, Leiden?
Yeah, why not?
I mean,
Beat sleeping with the dogs.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't been sleeping well. Kind of makes me nervous waking up next to all of you.
Oh, no, sorry.
Uh,
We were going to get another room for the guys. I'm gonna go talk to Scramshax about getting another room for the guys.
Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we trust both of you impeccably, but look, the three of us are pretty much knockouts. We kind of need to have some privacy when we wake up in the morning.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, hey,
Says
guys.
that like he doesn't believe us.
Leiden, you guys want any drinks, or he's kind of cleaning tables next to you. You see Sammy.
Hey, Sammy. Do y'all want something to drink?
Absolutely.
How old is
Yeah.
Sammy again?
Sammy
What are
couldn't
you,
be
like
more
15?
than, yeah, couldn't be any more than like 15.
Ah, wonderful. Child, how much does it take to actually spend the night here?
Oh, I mean, it depends on how long you want to stay, but if you're just staying for the night, it's about 2 copper pieces.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. And she like pats his head.
You want a room?
We would like to hire one room out, yes.
All right. Well, I'll go get Scrim. He usually deals with this kind of stuff, but yeah, if you're just looking for one room for the night, yeah, just 2 copper should do it. I'll go talk to Scrim though. I'll be right back. He goes back
A
and
nice young lad.
goes back behind the bar and
Yeah, but he
Starts
can't
talking to
play for shite.
starts talking to Scrim. And after a couple seconds, Scrimsax kind of walks up. He's like, "You're looking to stay too?"
We just wanted to hire out a room for the 2 men here.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, 2 copper. Sorry, we don't have 2 beds or nothing. You're gonna have to, shack together if you want.
It's still under a roof, so thank you very much. Who would like to pay for this? I mean, I can, but I just spent 30 gold on...
I got it.
Oh, thank you, Leoden.
Yep, 2 copper, and he'll let you know the he'll give you keys to a small, like one of those old iron keys. As he has like a big keychain on his ring of keys on his waist. And you'll just
So
hand it
now we
over to
have a-
Abel.
Alright. I believe you wanted to play one more time tonight, didn't you, Ray? Leoden, or... was that something you were going to...
Well, I've heard that at least one person would like to hear me play one more time, so I guess I will. But I don't have to.
I would love to hear
You
you
know
play.
you want to.
Seems you have many requests now.
Well, if we're gonna be spending time
Oh.
together, I'm gonna have to know what this is all about.
All right, I'll go.
And as Leodin makes her way up to the stage, Ian pops his head back into the front door of the inn, ruffling his coats, getting a bit of the snow off, giving Scrim a finger up in the air as Scrim pours him up a mead. And he looks over at the group and kind of waves at you guys. Sees as you call him over. He smiles and grabs the drink off the bar, moves over to you guys and grabs a stool and sets it up next to you guys. Hey, so, Easthaven, huh?
Easthaven.
Isn't that your...
Didn't you go upstairs?
Don't ask that, Grim. Just don't.
You can see like a look of like terror kind of come across his face for a moment, and then he just continues talking. No, anyway, Kin, if you don't mind me calling you Kin, of course, Kin Rava. You're from there, aren't you? We picked you up from Easthaven.
Well, originally I came from Caer Konig, but yes, I spent some time in Easthaven.
All right. So you
I want to go back there to pay back our bookkeeping friend.
Got it.
I'll confess, while I was staying there, I never had to sign my name on any knucklehead trout skulls, and if they're doing the same thing there that they are here, I never quite realized just what he was actually keeping me away from. I want to pay back that debt.
Ah, so he kept your name out of the pot, huh? Sneaky old Cotter. You know what? Screw these guys. I've done it myself. I made sure that my name wasn't in there. Greased some palms, made the right calls.
I never even found out about this. I think he kept me, well, for the most... To be fair, when people learned that there was a drow who was working there, they sort of never came back. You could tell that they thought I ate babies. I'm not exaggerating. The look some of them gave me.
Well,
Is that
no
common?
offense. No offense, Kin, but we're talking about drow here. You guys, your reputation precedes you.
I mean, I completely understand that, but at least there's some civility that should come with the Terra. I mean, come on. Then again, But, and no, Ice Heart. Drow don't eat babies. No.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
They usually steal
Ian
them, though.
Ian like holds up his mug to block the view from like Kin and you, and be like,
She nudges him.
No, they don't. Though I am. No, they don't. Stealing.
Kind of concerned
maybe,
that you had to question that.
Stealing, maybe, but no, not that. No.
Uh-huh.
Well, they're either stealing them to raise them, or they're doing something with them.
She like slightly looks away a little bit.
you see, Ian now takes his arm and like slaps Abel across the side, pa, 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 and like is completely like not looking at Abel as he looks forward now and sees Leodin as she gets on stage, as he like is just kind of like patting you on the shoulder and trying to get your attention.
Yeah, I see her.
Hey, watch this. All right, Leodin, go ahead and roll me a performance check, please.
$25.
Ooh.
Ian never stood a chance.
Poor guy.
The glamour's come in even before the subclass.
Oh man.
25.
Ian takes the mug of ale that he's been sipping on and places it under his chin and just kind of puts his chin against it. This schoolboy-like attitude is very starkly different from the very roguish-like looks that Ian has. He has a face of stubbly hair that he keeps trimmed with a sharp knife from time to time. He's a very good-looking fellow himself, but seems every time Leodin's around, he has this boyish personality that comes out. Olanu, this is not something that, of course, is normal that you see, but he has mentioned Leodin from time to time in passing conversation. But ever since she has gotten closer to you and also, of course, his dogs, you can see something's going on. So, Leodin, as you jump up on stage, you gather the room's attention by stating a few lines to enthrall people and keep them, keep their spirits up. And then you burst into a little ditty with your mandolin, walking around as you sing with your mandolin in hand, walking from table to table. You see a few people just not even paying attention to you whatsoever, but the other people that are there are completely enthralled by you. Of course, Ian with a sparkle in his eye as you look over at the table. You can see Olanu looking at Ian and kind of like shaking her head, and Grimly is cheering. Abel seems to be looking, and Kin is doing what Kin does. And you seem to have gathered the hearts of the entire inn yet again. In normal fashion, this seems to be a thing. You even see, for a moment, as you're playing, you see Sammy has like kind of stopped cleaning one of the tables he's cleaning as he leans up against it, places the cloth like against his hip, and kind of just looks and smiles at you as you perform. And after your enthralling performance, lasting anywhere between like 10 to 15 minutes of a beautiful set of poems, songs, and recounts, you place the mandolin down, and the inn, whatever patrons seem to be there that are not in the worst of moods, gives you a small round of applause as you hear the sound of matted applause from like gloves being worn. And of course, Ian lets out a loud whistle. He just turns around in his seat and slaps Grimly across the side. Huh? Great, huh?
It was splendid. I'm very impressed. She said she was good.
No, she's the best. She's the best.
Kinrava's just looking at Ian, and she has this strange smile on her face.
All right, well, it's getting kind of late. I'm gonna get some shut-eye for the night. You guys are, if you're gonna hang out tomorrow, just let me know what time you guys want to leave. You can run by my room if you'd like.
We'll probably be leaving fairly early.
No, that's great. If you need, like I said, just give me a few hours of time to prep the dog and get all the gear up on the cart. Unless, one of you or the group wants to help me, we can get it done a little bit faster. But anyways, yeah, just let me know.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's been fun. We'll see you tomorrow. And he just kind of slams down his empty mug of mead. Kin?
On his way out, Kinrava's just going to wave her hand a little bit and cast prestidigitation. And it says, I can make a symbol appear on an object or surface for 1 hour, and it's just going to be a giant love heart with Leodin's initials in it on his back.
On his back? Okay.
Yeah, as he's leaving.
Yeah, absolutely. Ian has this pretty awesome looking like wolf pelt that he has kind of tied around his neck to kind of fall down like a medium-sized cloak that kind of it hangs just above his belt line. And you take a moment to scribe in the air, and as you're scribing, you see the letters appear and the shape appear. upon his back in a glowing, like blue, like filigree almost manner as you write in a cursive way, a very nice looking heart with Leodin's initials next to it. Upon his little wolf cape, as he walks upstairs, it leaves behind this little smoke trail of frost.
I watch that and I just burst out laughing, and then I fall out of my chair.
Abel?
How old is Ian?
Ian is probably like mid-30s.
Poor guy.
Alanu just kind of nudges Kinrava with her foot.
Oh, you smiled, I saw.
It's funny, but he's my friend.
You still smiled.
That was good.
Leodin, with that performance, in total, with everybody throwing some wages at you, you make 3 gold.
Ooh.
Nice.
They all seem to throw some copper, some silver your way, each one of the patrons, and it all totals out to be about 3 golds worth.
And this, my friend, is why you're a bard.
She like holds up her fingers and has like a coin between all a coin between all the fingers, and then whoosh.
It was lovely. I'm quite impressed.
I didn't know you were capable of that.
Thank you very much.
Now I know what you meant when you said you use words in battle.
Not exactly, but yes, that's a bit of what I do.
Well, it would distract me.
You did a marvelous performance, Leodin. It was truly magical.
So
Ian really liked it, if you couldn't tell.
I could. I heard it.
Well, I'm getting pretty drunk. I should probably get some sleep.
Kinrava's going to just count the number of beers or ales that Grimly has actually, drank.
Yeah, at this point, being that he has come around in a timely manner, Sam has picked up a majority of them, but just in the time that you've been here, Grim has downed about three ales.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh, he's a dwarf. I'm pretty sure half of his blood sugar content is alcohol.
Don't judge me. It helps me sleep.
And Grim, you are of course free to go to your room whenever. I handed the key to Abel, but you of course can use it as it is meant for both of you.
All right. Well, you secured us a room, right?
Yes. I believe they gave Abel here the key.
You mind if I head in?
Yeah, I'll show you where the door is.
I'm just gonna stumble my way up the stairs.
Yeah, I'll lead him and I'll help him if he falls.
As they go, Kinrava sort of motions towards Abel and sort of gives him a look that basically says, keep an eye on him.
He just nods.
Abel, Grimly, you're able to make it up the stairs. Grimly, you have to take a moment as you are at the bottom of the stairs, and you sigh and then look up at the top of the stairs as if it were an obstacle.
You got this, buddy.
And you make your way upstairs.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are free to do whatever at this point. Nobody's really going to bother you for the time being. If you want to continue drinking, you may continue drinking. If you want to find rest for the night, you can do so. And if you guys want to converse with each other more, you can, of course, do that.
Leodon, could you show us where your room is, please, just so I can set up to figure out what this actually is?
Sure. Are we probably ready to turn in anyhow, it is later. Probably, what, midnight anyway?
Probably. I'm going to be working a little bit late into tonight, but other than that, mostly I just want to try out a few new things.
Alright, it's this way.
And
And-
Kirara.
I take us upstairs.
Okay. Olanu, you are left alone at the.
Oh no,
Table?
I'm going with.
Okay, you kind of go with him. Okay.
Yeah.
So
She's
you
been
walk
here in a
upstairs.
cart all day.
Sure. And you head into, or towards Leodin's room at least, and as Leodin opens the room, Leodin, how have you kind of like decorated your room over the time being that you've been here, the 2 years that you've been here? It's a small room, no more than like maybe, 10 foot by 15 foot in all directions. It is filled with, a bed and some furniture, but this is more of like the permanent dwelling here, almost the same as Scramsax's bedroom that he's shown you, of course, as you've walked by it several times. But this is, of course, one of the bigger ones, one of the bigger rooms.
So it's a little cluttery, to which I'm... Oh, so sorry. I didn't expect to have anybody in my room ever. And I quickly clean up. Mostly just picking up the music and the random poems and things that she has just strewn all over the place that you can tell either I've been writing or I've been trying to memorize just all over. I put them all in haphazardly in a folder or just a leather binder and just put them a place. Um, I think they might be important and she might care, but also you don't know because of the way she just kind of tossed them. But it looks like a room of someone who's never had a room of their own before. So there's things that you would look at and go, but why? Why would this be here? So there's like a really cool rock that she just saw and liked, and there's like 3 or 4 really tattered blankets just all over the place, but she didn't want to get rid of them because they were hers, and she had a place and a place to put them. And so they're draped everywhere, and in order to make the room appear a little more cozy, I've tacked some of the blankets up on the wall just to give it a little warmth, but literal, not actual warmth, just look of warmth, kind of like tapestries, but
Yeah.
they're not tapestries, they're just blankets on the wall.
Yep. And as you walk in and she cleans up the small bit of cluttered mess, Kin, you said you had something that you wanted to do.
First of all, I take one of the blankets after asking Leodon if I can just put it upstairs on the floor for a moment. And then if I'm allowed to use the blanket, she's going to set the Chewinga staff onto it as well, before also then taking out her spell book, which is about yay big. It's a black cover with a spider icon on it. And inside, the pages are really strange because they're not made of paper. They seem to be made of some much different material. Similar to parchment, but it has a different sort of shade to it, and touching it, it would feel an awful lot like touching some sort of mushroom or such. And she sets it down, opens it up. Then she summons Omen into her lap before reaching over and plucking out one of his long wing feathers on the flight feathers on the end of his wing. And muttering a little bit, she's going to turn that into her wizardly quill for Order of the Scribes wizard.
Excellent.
So it sort of like gets a little bit, it's sort of with a swirl of like purple runes and magic, a gold-tipped quill nub appears on the end of the feather. And then she will kneel down and cast Identify on the Chewinga staff.
Awesome. So as you place all your stuff down and you get your quill out, Omen, of course, kind of just, he had flapped his wings and he had just settled in, and you pluck it and he like jumps over to the side almost unexpectedly as you pluck the feather from him. And you see him kind of like lifting his wing to inspect what you had just done.
You're a familiar, you throw it back.
He just like quickly puts his wing down and just like stares at you. You take the quill and wave it in the air. And as you wave it in the air, a purple stream of light, almost like a neon purple light, follows the tip of the quill as you begin to write and inscribe in the air a series of symbols. And as you inscribe in the air, you feel a bit of arcane energy kind of flow up from the floor, and you feel like a little bit lighter yourself. But as you try to identify this stick, nothing comes to you.
Mm-hmm.
You even poke the stick and kind of move it a little bit.
She picks the stick up again and casts a blue firebolt in her hand just to sort of hold it up to see if it still glows like it did before.
As you take your hand and cast the firebolt within your palm, you place the staff close to it and nothing happens.
Well, I have some good news for you, Leodin.
That I can pet your owl.
Oh, you can go ahead and do that. He's not going to really resist much. She sort of
I
says
invite
it
him
like
up into my lap.
she sort of says it like she's just suggesting it, but she's saying it to Omen as sort of like, yes, you will not fight back.
Omen looks at Kinrava as she says it, and then like turns to you and like twists its head like wanderingly. The big giant black eye, or was it red eyes or black eye? Red eyes are just kind of staring into you. It's kind of ominous, to reach your hand out towards it, but yeah. And as you go to reach out and pet it, it kind of squints its eyes and like leans into the pet.
Don't mind him. He likes it. He just wants to put on a show.
And it closes its eyes and accepts the pet.
But you will also be able to keep this. It seems that whatever magic was affecting it seems to have left it. I'm not sure. I've heard of temporary enchantment magics from my old teacher, but I've never really seen it in person. Not all that much anyway. So here, you can keep this if you'd like. It is still very pretty and very well inscribed and carved.
I do wonder what it says. But
I don't have the ability to do that yet, but in the near future I should be able to do so. Or perhaps when I get to Easthaven, I might actually see if there's... I didn't really explore that city very much, but perhaps there's a magic shop somewhere around there I can pick up some spell scrolls.
well, either way, I'll just keep it on me. It isn't that big. And it's fun to have.
She sort of nods and then picks back up her spell book and takes the quill. I'm going to be working on a little something on this for the next few hours, so don't worry if you see any sort of magic symbols or runes in the air. It's all fine.
I generally don't, but cool or good to know. Iceheart, do you need anything to be comfortable to go to sleep? Do you want the bed? Do you want the floor? Do you?
Alana just kind of stops as she's spread her roll out somewhere near the door where it was clear and is sharing a ration with Percy. She's kind of like, no, this is fine.
Also, can I say hello to that little one as well?
Sure. She'll kind of throw a piece of the ration towards you so that Percy goes after it.
Yep. The ration hits the floor and kind of rolls for a few inches, and Percy leaps off of Olanu's shoulder and lands on the ground and pounces over, lands it on the ground, and like goes over towards the food. But then, as it's approaching the food, can see Leodin's wide eyes and hand out, kind of slowly stops for a moment and begins to like back up and like place one foot back and then another foot back as it stares like with gigantic eyes at you.
I randomly like searching all of my stuff, and I grab a little piece of a ration myself, and I just hold it. I just put it like right outside of my knees as I'm sitting, and I just put my hands down and just sit there very quietly.
Roll an animal handling check at disadvantage.
Seven.
Okay.
Ooh.
So the Percy jumps and leaps towards the food that Olanu had tossed out, and you place the food in between your knees and just await very calmly and silently with like a big grin upon your face as you stare down at it, and its eyes just growing larger. You see like even the pupils like dilate as it looks up at you, and it just slowly moves forward a little bit more. And quickly grabs the food that Olanu had thrown out and like jumps over back towards Olanu, jumps behind her back and begins to eat its food as it looks over her shoulder towards you.
She just kind of like scratches his head and in giant is going to just kind of scold him.
He doesn't seem to really care as much, you know, he's already munching on his food and he's all right. The boys, as you make your way towards the room, you're able to open the door with the key that was given to you, and you make your way inside of here. This room itself is small as hell. It's probably about 6 foot wide and maybe 7 foot deep. And right in the center is a bed and a small side table. The bed,
Feel
of
free
course,
to
is
take the
covered
bed,
with-
Grimly.
Yeah, thank you. And I will walk really unsteadily towards the bed and just plop down.
just on the bed, and the bed, like you could see, sinks as he lands on it with his heavy armor.
I will, once he's laying down in bed, I'll pull out the bloodstone again and my jeweler's tools.
Okay.
And can I try and make like a simple fitting for the bloodstone to essentially make it into a pendant that could go on the end of a small chain?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll with your tool set, your jeweler's kit.
What ability score should I add to this?
The jeweler's kit, I believe, is your dex, and then your what is it? Your proficiency. If I'm incorrect, we can of course fix this later, but for now, that's what we'll go with.
16.
Okay. So 16, you are able to begin to fit with the scrap metal that you have kept within your jeweler's kit. You have plenty of it. It's just a matter of intricate labor, intricate work. And for the time being, prior to falling asleep, you are able to accomplish a little bit. I'd say you are about a quarter of the way there to create an actual pendant for this large set, not diamond, but ruby, or bloodstone.
Got it.
You're able to, of course, fit together a loose-based seating, but of course it is not nearly good enough to wear without it falling out. Just yet, at least. All right. Anybody else? Abel, are you doing anything else? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, I was just saying I put my tools up and sort of roll my bedroll out as much as I can fit it in this small space, and sit with my back against the wall, just sort of thinking for a little while before eventually laying down.
Okay. Yeah. This for Olanu and Grimly, and even you, Abel, for at least the last few weeks, this is the first time that you've had a solid roof over your head, with the wind not beating against you. You still get a cold chill every once in a while, as the campfire that is lit in the inn is the only bit of heat and flame that is supposedly heating this entire building. So in these rooms, it is still cold as all get out, but at least the wind isn't beating as hard as it usually is. Olanu, of course, you're fine. So as you guys all find or try to find sleep for the night, did anybody have anything else before we move on?
I did, yeah. Just
Sure. Go for it.
really quickly, Kinrava's going to spend a few hours before she gets her 4 hours of rest, writing in her spell book various arcane symbols and runes in like small purple symbols float around her as she mumbles under her breath. Defro rai yivenyo vidok yinam dia iamia tivak. And slowly start the inscriptions to awaken her spellbook. But she's only going to start it. She's not going to fully finish it, since I still haven't thought of what its personality and voice could be yet.
I mean, we can always play it off. So if you wanted to complete it, you can of course complete it, and we can go from there.
Yeah, she'll complete it, but I'll work on that for next week. Yeah.
All right. So after hours of toiling into your studies and what you had written down in your book, and you believed that you have gained the proper amount of knowledge to do so, especially now using your enchanted quill, you believe the enchantment went off without a hitch. Matter of fact, you followed it to the T, up to the point where you're sure that nothing could have gone wrong. But you still are not able to really connect with the book for some strange reason. It's basically as if the spell had failed.
So she's going to think for a little bit, chew on her lip briefly, but then she's going to pull out the silver scale she has on her once again, and just spend a few moments just turning it over between her fingers before finally going to rest for her 4-hour trance for a long rest.
Okay. So, Abel, Grimly, Olanu, Kinrava, and Leoden, as you lay your heads down to rest at the Northlook Inn, you actually find it pretty decent rest comparatively to the last few nights, at least. Grimly, as you are sleeping, you find it difficult to sleep, to find a good spot in your bed. And as you awake in the morning to nearly the same exact feeling of being chased, same heart palpitations. Abel, you're laying there on the ground, and suddenly, Grimly has rolled off the bed and fallen on top of you.
Grimly, wake up!
I'm up.
Are you all right?
Oh, yeah. I just, I don't know what happened. I'm freaking out.
Did you have another bad dream?
Yeah. Sorry.
How's your
Abel?
head?
Oh, good.
That's my heart this time. I'm gonna catch my breath.
Take all the time you need.
Abel, you're like holding the shield from his back, like up off of your neck as you speak to him.
Let me stand up and move to the other side of the room.
Ugh. Oh.
My apologies.
It's no worry. Anything show up in your journal?
Let me check. I'll pull it out and open it up.
You open it up, and the same image that you had seen last time slowly creeps across the surface as it wavers away, almost as if smoke flowing into the distance. And then nothing.
No, nothing this time. And I'll put it away.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I must have just had a little freak out from the alcohol or something. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just try and get some sleep. You'll need it.
Gonna take off my armor and pull out my bedroll as well and try to get some sleep before we wake up and head out.
So you guys can finish up your rest, Abel and Grimly, as the midnight terror kind of rolls around for just a moment, but subsides. And Leodin, you are sleeping with, of course, inside your bed, and Kin and Olanu as you all kind of chillax. At the door, a small rap comes across the door, and Olanu kind of like right next to you. Of course, you being closest, you hear it.
Olanu is just gonna kind of sit up, look around the room, kind of tap Kinrava and Leodin before she opens the door, just so that they're awake, and then open the door.
Yep. You open the door, and you see, kind of turned around in the hallway, like looking away from you, you see the back of a wolf-skinned cloak that Ian wears, and he turns around and looks at you, and he says, hey, sorry, I didn't expect to find you also in here. Anyways, I was gonna head out to get to load up the cart and everything like that. I let him know that you guys are gonna be tagged along. Did you want to come and help, or?
Yeah, sure. Let me just roll up my stuff, and I'll come with you.
How wide
And she'll
how,
stick to doing that.
how much open is the door right now? I got to ask.
How much?
She would have just kind of, just in case you guys were not at your best, she would have just opened it enough so that he could see her but not see into the room.
When Kinrava hears that it's Ian outside, she sort of just gets this small grin on her face for a moment before just saying, like, loud enough so that Ian would be able to hear, just like, Leoden, you might want to get some clothes on. It seems like there's someone at the door right now.
Ian's nose begins to bleed.
This poor man.
She's just gonna kind of grumble and sigh, and then just 1 minute closes the door, rolls up her bedroll, puts it back in her pack, and goes out the door.
She's just got the shit-eating grin on her face.
Ian's eyes are just locked onto like one position on the wall. Like his eyes haven't shifted after like hearing Kin's voice from inside. Of course, as you make your way out the door, you like squeeze by and like close it behind you and everything like that. He's like, all right, well, let's head out.
Yes, don't get too excited.
I don't know what you're talking about, Alana.
Mm-hmm.
And he just like socks you like one like on the shoulder as he like reaches up. And you guys can easily head out towards the Black Iron Blades and prepare for the morning. Everybody else, you wake up in the morning with a full night's rest. Any missing spell slots, any missing HP can be restored. All that good stuff. Long rests. Woo woo. Kin, as you kind of are waking up in the morning, getting yourself ready, as you do, you notice a bit of like shifting in your backpack for a moment. Or not your backpack, but your pack.
She's going to take her pack off and open it up to see what's happening there.
You can open up your pack as you unravel the top and look inside. You can see your spell book is shaking a little bit, like back and forth.
She just smiles a little bit in satisfaction before picking it up, holding it under her arm for a moment, and then closing her bag back up. Excellent.
Yep. You take it out of the book, put it under your. Take it out of the bag, place it under your arm, and you hear a subtle. Where am I?
She's just going to smile a little bit and then just sort of pat the book and just go, "Be quiet for now. You'll find out soon."
Okay. Okay.
And then she'll call Omen to her shoulder and then start heading downstairs. And she's gonna see if she can ask the Scrimshaw guy, the bar guy,
Yep.
if he's awake. If he has any leather straps or anything like that.
Yeah, you come downstairs and he's already like telling several people to kind of shift out, or he'll be making soup for the morning for people to get ready to prepare for what kind of work they have for the day. And you're looking for tie downs?
Yes.
You walk
There's sort
over
of like
to
a strip of leather so she can like wrap it around her arm and like sort of hold it there.
Oh, so just like a small bit of leather is what you're looking for?
Yeah, just like a strip of leather so you can just wrap it through the book's cover spine and then just hold it over her arm. You know, they're one of those really expensive Gucci handbag things.
Well, yeah, no, I thought you were getting like a large amount, like, to...
Oh, no. Just like...
To gather for travel or something. Okay, yeah, you go down there and you ask to see if he has any kind of spare straps or something like that. And he'll basically tell you that, he says, look, I don't have anything off the top of my head. You might want to look out back. You might find something. Luke and Leia, they got a lot of crap by their stalls. If you want to look out there, maybe you can find something.
All right. Thank you for at least telling me.
You just see his eyes kind of like raised, like with one eye kind of like looking at you still as you make your way to the back door.
As she leaves, she just sort of like turns around and just goes, sort of just making like things sarcastically as possible.
Mm-hmm. You see him kind of like roll his eyes and just continue cleaning. And yeah, you're able to go back out back, no problem. And when you go out there, you see the axe beaks that he spoke of, and there is plenty of like loose material that seems to be not in use currently. Maybe some old material that was used at one point but froze over and broke. But you're able to find some loose straps pretty easily.
Yeah, she'll just pick it up and use prestidigitation to clean it off, and then hook it through a book's spine, and then just sort of wrap it around her shoulder, so it's sort of like coming across her chest.
Yeah, you pick it up from the ground, and it's like a crowbar. It's just straight across, like frozen. And as you hold your hand, like the purple energy kind of flows through it, and it just goes limp, like a regular piece of leather would. You just strap it across you.
Then she'll go back up and wait for the others then.
Yep.
Quick question. Would I have heard the book talk?
I believe. If you,
I'm sorry?
I think that, yeah, I think other people can hear it if it's talking.
Yeah, it's more along the lines of what is the fact is it was like whispering or kind of like very timidly saying it. Leodin, what's your passive?
21.
Your passive perception is 21.
Oh, you took seeing everything feat, didn't you? Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, then absolutely she heard the book kind of whispering.
Oh no.
That's my favorite feat.
Even if she was able to hear the book, it would have come off as very indecipherable what it actually says. It was more like she heard the sounds of like whispers.
Oh, I don't necessarily care that what it said. It's just like, what is up with my new friends and all of them having books that talk to them?
Sure. It seems like a pretty common occurrence nowadays for some reason.
Oh no.
All right. Abel and Grim, you guys wake up in the morning. You check the book. Nothing's changed. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, I'll pack up and put my armor back on and kick Abel and say, hey, maybe we should check on the others. Wake up.
Yeah, and he'll stand up. Did you sleep all right?
Yeah, it was good after I kind of situated myself. Thank you.
Abel will start putting his armor on and grabbing all his stuff.
Okay. Grim, did you have anything?
I will step outside and kind of collect myself.
Okay.
Just wait for everybody else.
Yeah, no problem. And at this point, everybody has prepared themselves for the morning. Abel, Grimly, Kin, and Leodin, you make your way downstairs, and you guys are prepared for the day. Olanu has made their way out. Of course, the ladies know that she went with Ian to go procure, or well, to at least make sure that the dogs were good to go. Your travel has been set. Do you guys want to do anything else here in the inn? Okay.
Not in the inn, no.
Yeah. All right. So where would you guys like to head to next? As, of course, Olanu is busy.
Last night, Garn and I was working on something together, so I want to head back to the Black Iron Blades and speak to him.
Make sure you bring gold.
That's a good point.
Okay. And you go ahead and start heading back towards the Black Iron Blades. Is everybody else just going to the Black Iron Blades, or?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sure.
Okay. So Grimly, as you're making your way back, to the shop, you see on the outside, Olanu and Ian are stacking what looks to be like the makeshift armor and weapons that you had seen prior to bringing all this iron to him.
Okay, I'm just gonna head inside, just directly inside.
Oh, Grumley, could you do me a favor?
Yeah. Well, what do you need?
I'm pretty sure I already know the answer, but could you ask him if he has any glue?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. And you make your way inside. And inside, Garn is kind of just grabbing whatever gear he can and like tossing it out the back door. As it lands on the ground, it just kind of like rolls to the Olanu's feet. And Olanu grabs it and tosses it back in the thing.
Hey, how'd it go last night?
Oh God! Ah! You scared me. What?
Sorry about that.
How did what go?
The axe we were working on.
Ah, yes, the great axe. Good. I mean, it took quite a few hours to finish it up, but I think I got it.
Mind if I see it?
Sure. And he says, Olanu, you can finish up here. There's only a few more. And he'll lead you to the front room where the blacksmith is, and leaned up against the wall next to the large forge that he has. Leaned up against the wall with the axe head facing down and the handle up. A large two-handed great axe sits across the wall there, like leaning against it. And he's like,
I'd like to inspect it real quick.
Okay. What are you inspecting?
Just the over quality of it.
The quality looks pretty damn good.
I'd like to etch something in this real quick, if you don't mind.
Wait. How about you pay for it first before you mark it, yeah?
Absolutely. So I have this bloodstone. How much is the axe? How much are you charging for me?
Well, you see, normally I would charge about 30 gold pieces for such an exquisite weapon. But because you have done me a favor and you assisted me in making it, I'll bring down the price to 25 gold pieces.
Am I in the room?
You're out back and to the side.
Can I also walk in at this point in time?
No, unfortunately, he was kind of in front of you guys. He headed out. So right now, it's just Grim and him.
Kinrafa gets this sixth sense of that there's going to be less gold in the party somewhere deep in her soul.
Grimly. He kind of just has an eyebrow raised at you with his arms crossed.
Well, from what I understand, these are worth about 50, so you give me my change and I'll buy it right now.
25 it is. Bloodstone, please.
I'll hand it over.
And he reaches into a large sack that is kind of next to the makeshift table that lies in the back of the thing, and ruffles through it and pulls out about 25 gold pieces and chink, 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 as they fall into your hand. He goes, "Mark away."
All right, I'll spend 5 minutes etching Iceheart into the hilt.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and roll me a to see, you have proficiency, yes, so go ahead and roll me a what is it called? Blacksmith? Do you have blacksmith kit or tools?
Smithing tools.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a smithing tools roll.
That'd be dex as well, or
with advantage.
Just the proficiency?
This is dex, yeah.
It's a 14.
Okay, 14. All right. So as you are in the middle of carving along this thing, Kin, Abel, and Leodin, you all walk inside past Olanu and Ian. Of course, you could stop outside if you'd like. But you make your way inside. You see Grimly currently tinging away with a chisel of sorts in his hand. And you see Garn as he's leaned back in one of his chairs, currently like rolling a bloodstone around in his hand. And he sees you all come in, he's like, ugh, and he kind of like sits back up, and the chair kind of like falls back from its leaning position as he sits back up. And he goes, Olanu! Or Iceheart! He goes, you finished loading up the cart! And he just walks back and leaves you to the front room.
Lana's just kind of sitting there like, I was doing that. Like, what? And she finishes what she does.
Yep. And you see him place the bloodstone in his like front pocket, and he goes out and loads and helps throw the rest of it on there with you. And you, Ian, and Garn kind of take a bit of a smoke break as you kind of lean against the cart and have your little talk. So yeah, go ahead for the rest of everybody.
The moment he turns his back, Kinrava's just going to look at Leodin, and she's going to like motion at the idea of a bloodstone in her hand. And then she just makes a choking motion towards the dwarf while he's not looking.
Grimly, where'd you get that axe?
I just bought it.
I didn't know that you needed an axe.
Oh, I didn't. I actually got this for Iceheart as a thank you for the way she handled those goblins back out there on the ice.
That's really wonderful, but she's got that, what is it, a war hammer? From Garn?
No, it was
doesn't she
an
have
axe as
something?
well.
Yeah,
That's
but doesn't she have something from Garn?
He was a kind of loner.
Yeah.
He wants it back.
Here's the thing. That was his brother's, and you know, parting with something so sentimental, I can't imagine that he would want to give that to her permanently.
How much?
That's very true. But shouldn't it just have been a trade?
Oh, I didn't think about it that way. You know, it didn't belong to her, so why would she trade something that didn't belong to her back for something else?
Well, in this particular instance, because she's way bigger than he is and could probably smush him with her fingers.
Leodin, trust me, let's just let this go.
Alright, so yay, Iceheart's got a new axe. It's great. I'm so excited. I hope you didn't get taken for too much.
Well, it is my money. but I appreciate your concern.
Kinrava just like leans into Leoden a little bit, and then just whispers in her ear, "First chance I get, I'm burning this place to the ground with the dwarf locked in it."
First chance I'm trying to decide if I steal it back.
As you say this, Ian walks into the front door, clapping his hands together. Well, we're all set. Glad of you, ladies and gentlemen, to join.
Of course, of course.
Ready to go whenever you guys are.
Oh, I think we're all ready. Are we ready to go?
I am, yes. Besides, I need to do a little special something. Kinrava's going to walk out, and she's going to send Omen flying up in the air outside of the shop.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that Omen is about 60 feet in the air, give or take, and then she's just going to tell Omen to poop on Garm's head.
All right. So as Olanu and Garn seem to be speaking about something outside, Kinrava walks out the front door and lets Omen up into the air. Omen kind of doing a spiral twirl upwards without wings, and then finally like unfurling them and then flapping until it gains traction or gains height. Making its way over towards where Garn is. Olanu, Garn is laughing at the fact that he just made a decent amount of money, as you know him as a money-grubbing a-hole. All of a sudden, as he is talking, a white turd just on the side of his head. What the fuck?
You really have to. That's supposed to be good luck. I hear.
Fucking birds. What? I haven't seen a bird in years. It's that damn drow, isn't it?
Hey, she helped get your iron back. Don't forget.
The only reason she's still standing. And he just walks inside.
I was just watching him walk away with this big smirk on her face as she goes up to the cart.
Yep.
Lanu kind of just looks over at you. Gives you a nod.
Omen takes like a silent landing to the top of the building, kind of like right above the doorway, and looks over towards you all. Are you ready to?
All right.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go?
I believe so, yes.
Absolute.
Okay. So Ian will lead you all outside. He will present Molly and Sarah to you again, kind of letting them off the leash to kind of give you a nice little greeting beforehand, and then of course settling them into their gear, which consists of a small little vest and some reins, and they kind of pull the cart out from its position that was kind of like sideways across the building to the front, and walking out of the front door before you leave, you see Garn has taken like a cloth and is wiping his face, and he just has like a scowl on his face as he walks out the front door, and he looks at you and he goes, "Right. Don't forget the scrap metal that they said they'd be sending along back." And then Ian kind of just like gives him a you bet chief kind of thing, and as he kind of waves on, he looks at the group. Ready to go?
Ready.
I think we are.
Ah! And he just hits the reins. And as he does that, everybody begins to move out slowly, as it's a decent amount of gear that is upon the actual the actual sled. And Sarah and Molly dig into the snow at first to gather traction, and then slowly but surely the sled pulls behind them, and you all set forth, of course, with your snow shoes firmly attached to your feet as to gain better traction and make it a lot easier to travel in the snow. Grimly.
I just wanted to clarify before we left that I would have walked out and handed Alanu the axe.
Sure thing.
And just said, you know, it was a fine thing to watch you out there on the snow, and I just wanted to give thanks. And I worked with Garn the other day. I'll hand her the axe.
Thank you. You didn't have to do that. I have an axe. Wait. 1 minute. She goes storming into the store. Takes out his brother's axe and slams it into a table.
Iceheart, what are you doing back? Yeah?
How much?
I don't know what you mean.
Bullshit.
What? I sold it for the price I promised I would. 30 gold.
20% disc.
And, well, hold on. 30 gold, and then the discount was 3 gold. So I rounded off to 25. I thought it a proper price.
3 gold? You promised a 20% discount.
You know, I've never been good with numbers, really. You know, it's part of my thing. What if here, and he goes out and digs another gold piece out of his gear and bing, flicks it over towards you. 20%.
You know, considering I'm giving you back your brother's axe, and you were only let me use this one because you ripped me off with that garbage of a greatsword, you think you could find it in your heart to give us a little bit more than that back?
Intimidation check, please.
Okay, we're gonna see if the ones that I made roll any better.
Hey.
Chances are no, but we'll see.
It's not
Dear
technically
Dice
combat.
Gods, please, please, please.
Oh, yeah, that's no.
Oh my god.
7?
It's combat or nothing. And he goes, listen here, Iceheart. You wouldn't have a job if it weren't for me. Okay, you would be out on your ass. Look, I appreciate your assistance in helping the trade routes, but I need to make money just like you need to. I gave you a proper amount, and I hope that you would accept it in due time.
Your reputation will precede you, sir. And she walks out. Grabs the gold, of course, and walks out.
Yeah, she like turns around, remembers the gold, and slams her hand on the table, like grabbing the gold and just like walking away. And you walk outside. All right. So you now have an axe, the same type of axe, of course, that you were using before, but this one inscribed with a really very cool looking, in almost like dwarven-like letters written in common, Icewind, or Iceheart, excuse me.
She'll walk over to Grimly, give him the extra gold.
Grim, where's the inscription at?
Just above the handle.
Okay.
Written down.
Got it.
This is all I could get out of the cheapskate. I appreciate this. You didn't have to do that.
Well, I thought it would be a nice sentiment. Plus, it's been a while since I crafted anything, so it was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. She'll turn.
You didn't rip his throat out, did you, Olanu?
Next time. Next time.
That's good. I still need to get paid. Anyways, let's get going. All right.
You'd put a nice gash in his table, though.
The reins go off, and the dogs begin to move. As you move east, outside of the gates, as you hear, "Open the gates!" As you kind of start arriving, the gates open up. You guys pass through. You can hear the gates closing behind you as you make your way down a large hill that starts you off along this journey. The hill that Bryn Shander stands upon, of course, giving you a nice jog to begin your journey down this this hill. Eventually, Sarah and Molly stop at the bottom, awaiting everybody that was kind of walking behind to catch up, and then suddenly you're off. And as the night persists, even though you leave at about, we'll say, around 10 a.m. We'll say 9 a.m. You guys are able to take off, but the darkness still persists. A light twilight of purplish grays kind of light the sky currently. The only main difference is that the stars are not visible at this time. But you look up and a medium bit of snow is falling currently. Your pace of walking and trudging through the snow and everything like that causes it to be a little bit heavier than normal. But for the time being, it seems clear-ish. And as we start our journey towards Easthaven, we'll go ahead and take a short little break. And let's go ahead and, since we're taking a break, let's do the dice giveaway. So this is going to be the first time I'm doing a giveaway on the stream. So give me a second to double check to make sure everything is good on my end before I, of course, set it off. If you don't know, you need to be a subscriber to the channel. You need to be, of course, present right now, and that is pretty much it to get your chance of winning one of these dice. Let's change the music a little bit. And sorry, give me 1 second, guys, as I get this all set up. All right. So now what we are going to do is the giveaway advanced settings. Must be a follower, must be a subscriber. Ticket cost, amount, loyalty points that is required, whatever. Subscriber bonus tickets, none. Okay, should be okay. So, and this is for the, we'll say Icewind dice. And I'll put up on the screen right now, actually, the dice that are currently being given away. Where is it? Oh, I have it over here. Nice. Right. So now, we'll add that. And it looks like there's a 30-second timer. I don't know. Entry is open. I'm just double checking here. Anything pop up on stream that's good? What does it say? Oh shit. Icewind Raffle has started for subscribers. Use raffle to enter the raffle. There you go. So if you are currently subscribed, you can type in !raffle and you will be put into the raffle. Make sure you type in !raffle. You know what? Let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I have control over how long this thing goes on. I would hate for it to close early and then we have to redo it. But I think that's fine. Guys, again, we are giving away free dice right now. Right now, free dice to those that are subscribed to the channel. Please, if you want to win free dice and you are subscribed to the channel, type in !raffle. And you have a chance to win these beautiful dice underneath me here. Remember, over what the heck, you need to be a subscriber in order for it to work. Currently, right now, we have Jolly, Doug, Arth, Panda Face, Shiny, Trebbing, Zarkonic, and Havoc as entries. I'll give you guys another couple minutes to enter into the raffle here, because it only seems fair to make sure that nobody went to take a bathroom break or something quick that they can return to and realize that the drawing is over instantly. Well, over what the heck, you were just gifted a sub, so you of course can enter into the raffle now, if you would like. Remember guys, we are giving away dice right now with !raffle. And you may enter into win yourself a free set of dice here if you are subscribed to the channel. Over what the heck, don't forget to type in !raffle if you want to be included in this one. There you go. Worked perfectly. Excellent. Iwin is my wife. She is not allowed to enter. She's laughing in the background so you can hear she really wants these dice.
Yeah.
I can guarantee she's cursing under her breath as well. All right, guys. One more minute and we'll go ahead and close it. Again, we are giving away, last time, we are giving away free dice. Free dice. And we're doing this every single month, guys. Every single month. We're giving away one free set of dice currently. And you have your chance of winning it tonight if you type in !raffle and you are subscribed to the channel. Don't forget that earlier on I had stated that if we do reach a certain sub goal, if we reach 100 subs in a month, okay? If we reach 100 subs in a month, we'll do another giveaway on top of this. So we'll give away several pairs or several sets of dice every month. How dare I? My wife does not seem too happy that she can't win these dice. I mean, there's a reason I'm only entering with one of my wife's accounts. Yeah, that would be a little cheap if you're over here trying to enter with 10 accounts. All right, guys, I think that's about it. I don't see any new entries for anybody that is wanting to win these dice. So to the entries out there, Jolly Green, Roven Doug, Arth Door, Panda Face, Shiny Stevie, P-Trebbing, Zarkonic Priest, Havoc, and Over What the Heck. Good luck to each and every one of you guys as I'm going to close the entries for now. thank you all for putting in the effort that you do to be here and join along with us. Here we go. With great support comes great raffle odds. Here we go. Good luck, guys. In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Jolly Green 048 for winning Nat1Fun's first official giveaway. GG's. Congratulations for the dice. If you can join, if you're not already, join our Discord and get in touch with Leodin or Ray on Discord. She will gather some of your details to kind of ship them out to you. This is in accordance to also the rule set. If for whatever reason Jolly Green 048 cannot actually gather these dice for whatever reason, the names that I have called out before, they will still be in the running, and we will do another drawing off stream, and I will let the winner for the next drawing, let them know if they have also won. I got the comments long before the call out. Yeah. That's true. There is a bit of lag, and I think my team is very excited about this, and they're typing in chat. So either way, it still works out. You are the winner. Congratulations, and let's go ahead and take our little break, guys. You know, I can only say congratulations so much before it loses its meaning, but yeah, look forward, guys. If you didn't win this month, look forward to next month, and we will be giving away even more dice. So if you didn't win this month, there's always next month's giveaway. All right, so let's go ahead and send you here.
Lots of hype in chat. That's great.
Not for me, no.
No, that looks great. All right.
Just for the record, I now have a very big new set of notes. Seriously?
Dice, no.
How much gold has that little 2-foot-tall bastard taken from us at this point?
To be honest, I don't even know if he's paid me.
Oh my god. Technically, he hasn't. It was the other dwarves that paid us. He hasn't given us anything.
Yeah, like he hasn't even, like, for the security, I guess. Okay, so he ripped me off on a greatsword. And then he lent me his brother's axe. But he never paid me per se for running security for your travel from Easthaven to here.
He
So
hasn't paid us for the iron. Like, I don't think he even paid the dwarves whose job it was to bring it.
yeah, like what?
And yes, chat, we know you can hear us, but we're just flabbergasted right now. I think in total
Sure.
it's taken about 82 gold from us in total, I think.
Jeez.
Wait, no. 87, I think, because it was 61 gold before.
There it is. Sorry, I was rolling this die and I was like, sure, now I get good rolls, and then it rolled a 1, so yeah.
You are blessed by the dice gods in combat, okay? Like...
Just can't win them all. Okay, I shall return.
Same, I'll be back in a bit. Try to have fun, chat, and Merry Christmas to everyone out there.
Jolly Green, congratulations again. How's everybody enjoying the episode so far? I'm not too concerned with 25 gold. Most things in Icewind Dale are pretty cheap. Yeah, I bet. It is a great time so far. It's pretty cool that you won. Those are a nice set of dice. Oh, that's cool. You guys excited for Christmas coming up? I'm excited to be off work here soon, till January. Who's everybody's favorite character so far? That's what I want to know. My vote is definitely Kinrava. Garn. Yeah, I'm excited for the holidays. Just gonna relax for a couple weeks. Everyone's so good. Yeah, I agree. Everybody's so great. Awesome people. I'm excited to get into some combat. I'm hoping that we run into something.
Okay, there we go. Back now, sorry.
What's up? Nice touch pooping on Garn's head.
Just wait. Just wait. I've got plans for that dwarf. I've got plans. Plans.
He wrote down burn.
That is my official note. Burn down the dwarf.
That's amazing.
He's just trying to make some coin.
Yeah, I mean, Grimley's found a respect for Garn in this in last episode.
It's too bad most everybody in Icewind kind of sucks.
It's just gonna make it interesting for us.
It's always funny
Grimly's
to
never
see,
been
like,
out much.
yeah, it's always funny to see like nice characters come up against this kind of stuff. Like whenever you have like a really fluffy nice character or whatever, they go up against people like NPCs that are like, screw you. It's like it like boggles their mind that people can be rude like that.
Have a cute joke, but you don't know what else she might be writing in that spell book.
Kin's notes: 1. Kill Garn. 2. Kill Garn. 3. Kill Garn. 4. Kill Garn. 5. Kill Garn. Repeat ad nauseum for 10 pages.
Nauseum for 10 pages.
I need to check something real quick before we do it. Okay, be good to go. Let's see. Oh, drop somebody.
Yep.
Let's see if that messed up the cameras. Let's see.
No, it shouldn't have. I was last to join. I was just refreshing Discord.
Nope, it has messed up the cameras. There it goes.
Oh,
nope.
it moves.
As soon as you refresh your camera, it moves back.
Kinrava, lawful neutral, goes straight back into the evil spectrum because of this one dwarf. One dwarf. Years of character development in Icewind Dale gone because of a dwarf.
Alright, so we can jump back into it. Let me swap us back over. Boom. And start up the music again. Let me know, lead in or Ray, after the game if you end up getting in contact with Jolly, so I can make sure that everybody is accounted for.
So the fun part about that is Jolly's wife is actually a part of a campaign that I DM for newer D&D players. So yes, I should have zero problems getting in touch with Jolly.
Perfect. Alright, so let's set up the ambiance noises as you make your way through. We got some footsteps, we got some sledding, we got all of the above. All right. So, you all set forth upon the Easthaven road towards the city of Easthaven. This is the Eastway, or I believe it's called the Eastway Road. Double check on the map quick. It is called the Eastway Road. You guys are on the Eastway Road, which leads from Bryn Shander to Easthaven, and you notice that this is quite possibly, for those who have traveled the roads, other than, of course, the ones you've seen so far. This one is one of the nicer ones, of course, being that it is the highly traveled road between two major towns here in Icewind. And you are set off, and after about an hour, now we'll say almost 2 hours into your travel, you come up to a point where there is two large hills that are very rocky on the outside. You see quite a bit of snow that caps the rocks, but then is bare rock, and then caps of snow, and then rock, and then caps of snow, all leading down these very rocky terrain. And the path leads in between these two large hills that are on either side of the trail. And as you're going, ahead about, I'd say 120 feet or so, Leodin would of course notice it first, but as it seems pretty obvious ahead, of course, keeping an eye in front of you, Ian will pull back on the reins to slow Molly and Sarah. And as Ian pulls back on the reins, you all look forward ahead, and cresting over what looks like the downside of the hill, like on the, if you continue going, you're going to pass these hills kind of thing. On the downside of the hills, to the right, coming up over in the edge of the rocky cliffside, you see the head of a large deer, a reindeer, as a matter of fact. It has large, roundish type antlers that reach up into the sky, but also these huge disc-like antlers that come up along the side of their heads as well. I'll show the stream kind of an image of what I mean, but the reindeer kind of like looks over the edge, shakes its head. You can see like a bit of frost coming from its nose, or like steam coming from its nose as it snorts. And Ian kind of like holds his hand up as like a halt, motion. And as the reindeer kind of pops its head over, another reindeer kind of comes up, like from maybe like sniffing the ground or grabbing a piece of dry grass along the side, looks up over the edge as well. It doesn't seem to notice you guys as you're quite a distance off.
Hey, Abel. You good with your bow?
I think so, yes.
Dinner.
I'll pull my bow out.
Abel and Olanu, I need you both to roll me either a history check or a survival check, as a third reindeer crests over the side of where you can see. This time, this reindeer, not twice as big, but almost twice as big, crests over the edge. You can see now this reindeer, much like the others, has its antlers, but this one's antlers glow a distant blue. And
I rolled a
23?
14 survival. Jesus.
23 and a 14?
Yep. Survival.
No, yes, no problem. You see now this larger one that is cresting up over this edge, slowly kind of look up over the edge and then faces you as it is maybe chewing on something as its mouth slowly moves. And suddenly, Olanu and Abel, you both, with those rolls, remember very distinctly that herds like this are extremely rare. You don't just run across a herd of reindeer here in Icewind. This is dire times, and most of the food that you get here are trout. You really don't get much more. If you get anything more, it's a delicacy. And you see these beautiful reindeer crest over the edge. But on top of that, because of their rarity and their reputation, you know that you can almost guarantee that a people known as the Reghead Nomads are not far behind. As you hear the sound of thunder begin to rumble You see bits of snow begin to fall from the top of the large cliffside, and suddenly the reindeer that were sitting atop the edge, they back up for a moment and then leap over to the other side, crossing clearly a like 10-foot gap from one side to the other. As they leap, you see another leap and another, and then suddenly 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hundreds of reindeer crest over this edge, causing tons of snow to begin to fall until literally almost blotting out the sky above you. You see almost like every 8th, 9th, 10th reindeer horns, the larger ones, their horns are glowing this blue color. And as nearly 300 plus reindeer pass by you, just an entire swarm, a huge horde of these reindeer pass by you, the sound of thunder rolls to the left from where they are running. And before everybody begins to move, as Ian like lifts his reins like in the air to mush forward, you see Olanu and Abel kind of hold out their arms. And suddenly you see a group of nomads that are dressed in what look like many different types of leathers and skins, with large wooden poles, as they pole vault over this gap and rush over and create a bit of a bridge over top. As a makeshift bridge is created, you see another 20 or 30 different nomads crossing this makeshift bridge above, about 100 feet beyond from you guys. You can see these nomads are decked out in these skins and decked out in these furs, and even some of them wearing antlers on different pieces of like their armor and different pieces of their hats. But you see them cross with just the most incredible speed, as if following along with this herd of reindeer, and you know this as their nomadic way. They follow these herds throughout Icewind Dale. If you are to find and locate one of these huge herds, you're guaranteed to find Reghead nomads not far behind in either a hunting fashion or a nomadic fashion, looking to see where the herd may lead them next. And as they pass by, they pick up the planks where they had run across, and you just hear the sound of snow kind of crunching as they move on past you.
Well, too bad. I guess rations it is.
What in the name of Loth was that?
Reindeers and ragged nomads.
All right. I wonder why the horns were glowing.
That is strange.
Oh, good. Just making sure y'all saw that too.
Would either of us know why one's horns would have been glowing?
You note that it's a pretty common occurrence that some of the creatures here in Icewind Dale, some of them have a magic prowess amongst them, and the ones with glowing horns are probably more likely to have a bit of arcane sense to them versus the other normal creatures. But it seemed like it was a decent amount of them. 1 in 8, 1 in 10 different deer would have those glowing horns.
Okay.
And you know that they don't only use them for magical abilities or anything like that, but for lighting their way in the dark and possibly using it to survive out here.
Occasionally you run into creatures that can use magic.
You turn and you can see Ian just has his hands like up in the air and like his eyes are like super wide.
Oh crap.
Follow his gaze.
And he just looks back over towards you and shakes his head, and he goes, "What the hell was that?"
Really large herd of reindeer. Never actually seen that many before.
I mean, who were those people following them?
The ragged nomads. They follow the herds.
Didn't know they were anything but stories. Never
Oh,
actually
they're
seen
real.
one.
I mean, yeah.
Well, it's a good thing we
How
kept our
often do you see
distance.
reindeer?
Yeah, no, I thought we had dinner on the plate, basically.
Would have been nice.
Of course, Icewind gives and Icewind takes, apparently.
Yes, it does.
You know, if regulars on this path haven't seen them, I wonder if something's going on back where they originally came from then.
Potentially, but they're nomadic.
Yeah, nomadic tribes just move. Coming from one, there's no place that you won't go, really.
Maybe I'm just overthinking things.
Well, if the reindeer are heading in a specific direction and that many, maybe they're heading towards something, not away from something.
Hopefully Garn's shop.
Right then, on our way. That was strange, but let's get to where we're going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Should we scout ahead?
If you'd like. It's you.
Yeah, I'll
She'll
move
kind
up
of-
ahead.
Okay. Abel, Olanu, you scout up ahead as you move along with the cart. Being that you are only about an hour outside of town, you guys continue on until you start reaching a large hill that leads up, almost as if you're climbing the side of a mountain. This trail leads up, and it goes up and up and up and up until you reach the end of this hill, and it drops down on the other side as a large downhill slope. But from your point of view, approaching on the east way, you top this large hill and get a decent bird's eye view of Easthaven. The buildings in Easthaven represent a door to the past. The architecture looks like it could have been taken from a book centuries old. To the north, the edge of town butts up against Lac Dineshire, and it's lined with nearly 20 docks with some boats that look to be stuck out in the ice that run outward into the frozen waters. An old signpost that is next to you guys at the top of this hill is mostly covered in snow and leans at a 45-degree angle due to the wind. On the sign, you can make out the words Haven. It's a bit of snow, then Haven, and then a bit of snow. It says pouch.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach up and knock off the rest of that snow.
Yep. Grimly, you walk over to the sign and hit the bottom of the wood, causing the snow to down off of it. And it says Easthaven ahead. Watch thy pouch.
Right. I forgot about that.
Just gonna tuck her pouch into her top.
Yep. Kin, do you know the lore behind that?
I do not actually.
Okay. So yeah, as Kin would have known what that means is that of course her buddy that she made while she was in while she was in Easthaven, Tomland would have warned her and told her to watch her pouch, as in Easthaven, it is absolutely legal to pickpocket. So pickpocketing is legal, and it is, of course, in reference to it's the town's founders that were scoundrels and thieves, and in accordance with that, they are continuing the tradition of allowing pickpocketing to go on. So if you get pickpocketed, it's your fault. That's their look on it.
So, just letting all of you know who haven't been here before, pickpocketing is completely legal. So keep your coin purse somewhere that either they can't reach, or just, well, I suppose you could just do what I do.
Yep.
What do you do?
Well,
All the women are just sitting there like, meh.
well, not exactly. Usually they don't want to touch a drow, so...
Duly noted.
I also might have accidentally set someone on fire when I first got here.
Can't. What? How do you accidentally set someone on fire?
Well, try to think of it from my perspective. The first thing you notice is someone has taken your coin. My first reaction was to cast Firebolt at him.
Yeah, that sounds like a choice.
It is, but that was my first reaction. Thankfully, it only set his clothes on fire and he dropped my coin purse and ran, but it might have left an impression. Just a little one.
It's effective.
To that note, I will take my coin pouch and just tuck it down in my shirt.
I'm gonna take my coin pouch, take out like 3 copper, and put it in my side, like keep it in my bag, and then take the rest of it and put it down my shirt.
Got it. All right.
Tuck, 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 tuck.
Yep. Coin here, coin there, coin. You're loaded. Make a little jingle
All
jangle.
right, should we head in?
Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine. I need to go to the bookshop here anyway, so...
All right. So, as they start heading down the hill that leads towards Easthaven. Now, Easthaven is another town that is quite large, not as large as Bryn Shander, but not much smaller. But this town is not protected by a large barrier of wooden palisade and wooden poles with spikes upon them. This town seems to be pretty open to the elements. The north side seems to be protected by the large bits of snow and ice that make up the lake that fills up towards the north. But to the east and south, it seems to be completely open as you start approaching. You can see now that there is some sort of a bustle comparatively to Bryn Shander, being the fact that normally you wouldn't see very many people outside. But as you approach, rounding at about noon, if not a little bit later, you guys approach and see from a distance that there is quite a few people out in the streets, and they seem to be setting up stalls or setting up different lights with what looks to be like whale oil, to be small little lanterns that line the street. But yeah, you approach from the east way, which leads you directly up to what looks like a stable.
Ian, where are you dropping this stuff at?
Well, I was gonna take it over to the Wet Trout, which is the local tavern here. They also double as the militia's supplier of goods.
They're delivering this to the militia.
Yeah, the town's militia. Like, you know,
They're
the
as
one
good
we
as
have in
dead.
Bryn Shander. I mean,
Okay.
we get our iron from them. We make their gear. We ship it back.
They got some real bad iron.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, I'll help with the unloading.
Right then. Anyways, if you guys want to help out and do that, we can all just go straight over to the Wet Trout. It's on the northeast part of town. Of course,
Sure.
you can go wherever you'd like, but we can all.
Is
go
that
from
on
there.
is the town hall on the way?
I mean, kind of. If you want to go off once you reach the center of town, just head south from there.
Could we just quickly pass by the town hall on our way there, please? I want to see if they got any more information on this wizard that they said they were going to have burned.
Yeah, sure, if you want to. Like I said, we got plenty of time.
Thank you.
And Ian will just lead you kind of straight through town. A lot of people kind of walking up and down the roads, and as you guys pass, they all stop and just kind of watch you. It's a very awkward and kind of very strange moment of silence as you pass by. Nobody seems to be waving. Nobody seems to be joyous or anything like that. But they kind of stare as you pass by on your sled, making your way into town with the large supply. And as you make your way to the center of town, the center of this town, you see that the town hall is that of one of the older structures, like I was stating before. The wood itself is much darker than that of Bryn Shander. It is like almost like a black wood, almost like a burnt color. And this one seems to be put together much more like a very tall, narrow structure versus a very long, short structure. And this one even has like a second floor that kind of juts out, you know, a bit that leans over. It almost looks like it's defying gravity with like one large post that seems to be keeping that part of the building upright. And you can make your way, of course, to the building that you've seen plenty of times.
You know, I'm actually surprised I keep forgetting what this looks like. Oh well. Is there anyone, like, out and around or anything?
No, I mean, you do see, like I said, the people that are out and around seem to be setting up stalls. So that way, in that manner, you would see that there has been a bit of, like, they've cleared away a lot of junk that kind of just seemed to be laying out, you know, large snow piles. They seem to have shoveled a lot of snow out of the way, and they're setting up stalls. And they've encircled this area with bits of makeshift wood and little tiny lanterns and stuff like that. But they all seem to be in preparation. Nothing in regards to like something extremely different.
Kinrava will hop off of the cart and have Woman come on her shoulder as well.
Mm-hmm.
And she will head up towards the town hall and just knock on it.
You pull back the large circular handle as it lets out like an echoing metallic bang across the wood, and it slowly opens, and leaning out is one of the guards that is pretty commonly around this area, as Brian. He opens the door and he kind of looks around. What you want?
Do you know anything about the wizard that was supposedly captured here? I was curious about what's going to be happening with him, or what has happened with him.
He kind of
I'd also like to see. I'd also like to speak with the speaker, if possible, about some of his possessions.
He looks you up and down. He goes, I ain't got time for you, Drow. And you can see him just kind of close the door.
Hello. Hi.
Door's closed, but you can speak if you'd like.
Can I open it?
Yeah, sure. If you want to open it, you may. You see him walking away.
Hi.
Huh?
So my friend there asked you a question. Do you
What do
mind
you want?
answering? I'd like to know something about the wizard that you're burning.
What about it?
What did you want to know?
I would like to know, where is he? Or at the very least, do you know who's in charge of his sentence, execution, anything like that? I'd like to at least speak with someone who's got authority on the matter. I want to inquire about some of his possessions.
Why?
What she said.
You friends with him, Drow?
No. Sorry to
No,
burst
you're
in.
talking to me. You don't get the right to talk to her because you were rude in the beginning.
He kind of looks over towards you with he looks like his eyes kind of just are droopy like normally. His eyes are very sleepy looking as he kind of looks over towards you, and he's just like, I can talk to his kind any way I want. Or her kind. Sorry.
No, you can't.
And he kind of just like...
But, anyways, we would like to talk to somebody about the wizard.
He goes,
Is there someone other than you that we can speak to?
you can fuck off. You in that Drow. Need to know
You're
basis.
right, I can. But I'd like to talk to somebody.
And he just kind of turns around and just shakes his head and like readjusts his gear as you hear like a bit of metal clang together. And coming down the steps of the second floor of this building, you see a tall, elderly man kind of coming down the stairs. This tall, elderly man, of course, being that of Tomlin. This bluish furball with a very pink nose begins to head down, and he stops midway down the staircase as he was kind of like looking down and not paying attention as he read through a book. He looks up, and he kind of like, his eyes wide. He's like, Kindriva, what are you doing here?
I wanted to come. Well, I was first coming back to pay you back for the money you gave me when you sent me off, but then I hear talk about some sort of festival and a wizard.
Well, yes, I need, well, why don't you come back to the library then?
Would that be all right with you?
Yes,
it
of
seems
course.
everyone is far more on edge than...
Well, I mean, we have a lot going on. Please, just follow me. And he kind of lifts up his cloak that he's wearing and begins to walk back up.
Let me just talk to some of the people I have outside, if that's all right.
He kind of just looks around. He's like, right then.
Okay. And she'll head back outside. My friend in here wants me to go speak with him at his library. Would that be all right with all of you?
That's fine with me.
You can come along if you want. He's honestly quite nice. This is just something I really do want to get off my chest before anything else.
Will you introduce us?
Of course. And she'll wait until Tomlin comes out.
Well, Tomlin isn't coming out. He said you meet him in the library whenever.
Oh. Well, let's drop this stuff off at the Wet Trout first then, and then I can show you where his library is.
All right.
As Leonin does go past, though, she does smile at her and say thank you.
Oh, anytime. That man, and she says, I say this very loudly, is an ass and deserves to know that he's an ass every day of his life.
Believe me when I say he's he's the second friendliest person I've met in town.
And you gather your stuff and make your way towards the northeast part of town, leading along the northern part of town, like the shoreline, kind of following that along until eventually reaching what is the wet trout. The signage, of course, that hangs above the door is that of a red trout jumping out of the water with like two small drawings of water droplets kind of falling to either side of the fish. And he goes, of course, Ian kind of pulls up, and as he pulls up, you can also see standing at the door, about twice as wide as the door itself, and just as tall, if not a little bit shorter than the door. You see in front a turtle that seems to be bundled up quite to the brim. He looks to be quite large and buff. He holds a large two-handed sword kind of just to his side as he leans up against it. He seems to be picking his teeth with one of his talons. And he goes, as Ian approaches, he goes, "Right, I need to go talk to Nemetra. You guys gonna hang out here, or you guys gonna take off?"
I was going to head to the library if you all would like to come with me.
Sure.
I think him and the turtle can handle the heavy lifting.
Ian, you good if I take off?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you know, you're not getting paid for the job I am, so. Hey, if you don't mind, I asked Leonin to accompany me to tomorrow's festival. Is that a thing that you can just reiterate to her just in case she forgets?
I got you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
And I'll make sure we don't crowd you too much.
No, it's just a friendly, get together. She just happened to be the first person I talked to on our way back, and
Yeah, you just so happened to be checking the windows yesterday.
And all of a sudden a large turtle hand grasps Ian on his shoulder, and Ian kind of turns around, and the turtle stands like a good 1.5 feet taller than him. He's just underneath your height in terms of height alone, but of course is quite wide. But he stands above Ian, and he goes, "Move your cart." He's like, we have a delivery here to make. Is Nemetra inside? She'll vouch for us. He goes, "It's part of the celebration." He goes, "No, it's just part of our weekly gear exchange."
Do you guys want your weapons or not?
"Not my weapons." And he goes, "1 minute." He uses his sword and sheathes it and walks back inside, and he has to sideways shuffle into the doorway. And just a moment.
5 gold says that they. Sorry, go on.
No, it's fine. What did you say?
5 gold says they worked out just how crappy Garm's wares are.
Stepping outside of the door now, just moments later, just poking her head out, you see a white dragonborn woman that looks to be dressed in quite the decent amount of gear. She has just regular basic leathers and furs across her. She seems to be a little bit more underdressed than your normal bout here, even showing a decent amount of cleavage in her bustier of sorts underneath her furs. She steps out, and she seems to be a little bit overweight. She is a little bit shorter on the side in regards to the Dragonborn people. As she steps out, she's like, "Ian, around back." And he's like, "Okay, yeah, all right." He just kind of waves to him, and he's like, "Anyways, y'all, you guys deal with whatever you got to deal with. I'm gonna go help unload this shit."
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, no problem.
And
Yes. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, and he turns around and trips over like the sled. Like he clips the sled a little bit and like has to like shuffle around and do like a little swirl, and he puts his hand against his head as he does a swirl, and then goes back to walking the direction he was going.
Kinrava will start heading towards Tomlin's shop.
Okay.
She's also going to pull her hood back up again and like try and pull it as much over her face as she can as she's walking.
All right. Is everybody following along?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys are crossing by. Again, you see a bit of ruckus across the streets, much more than that of Bryn Shander. Bryn Shander, you would see onesies or twosies kind of walking between buildings, kind of, huddled across. But it seems that these people have come out, 10 or 15 people at a time, around you at certain times, kind of setting up whatever it is they're setting up. And you make your way towards the center of town to one of the buildings that is an offshoot of the main council chamber. Or the town hall, excuse me.
When she gets there, Kinrava will... she will cast Mage Hand, and she will open the door, but then send the Mage Hand in to catch a certain flower pot, just in case. Just in case.
So blindly, you open the door with the Mage Hand as you reach out, and just a spectral essence just emanates from your hand as a repeat of your own hand, as it floats forward and opens the door. And as it opens the door, it hurriedly rushes into the room, and then slowly from without your visual knowledge, it just emerges with a pot in hand. And slowly kind of like trekking outwards out the door now, you see Tomlin.
This is why I want the glue. She like whispers that to the group before turning back to Tomlin and handing him the pot.
He takes it from you with like both hands and like looks around, and he's like, "Come on in."
All right, and she'll head inside.
You close the door behind you, and as you close the door behind you, the sounds of the outside wind kind of beating against the windows takes place of the harsh wind against your ears. But you're able to walk inside and take off a few layers, just as he keeps it just a little bit warmer here in the library. The familiar smell of like old books kind of fills the air.
She just gets this very happy smile on her face when she like gets the familiar smell to honor, before saying, Tomlin, this is the adventuring group that I've joined since I went to Bryn Shander. This is Iceheart here. The bard here is called Leodin. The dwarf that looks as if he has not slept in 3 weeks is Grimly. And now that he is properly healed up and no longer looking as if he's about to keel over, this is Abel. Everyone, this is Tomland, the bookkeeper here in Easthaven. He let me stay here for about 6 months while I was reading the books here.
You know, Kinra, we were friends for quite some time. I'm very surprised to see you socializing as you have. What brings you all here back to Easthaven? Have you figured out what the book I gave you was about?
Not yet. We had some trouble come up in Bryn Shander, primarily problems with a blacksmith that may or may not have his time limited on Faerun. But, no, we heard word of a wizard being burnt here.
He kind of like drops his head and he's like, yeah, not too long ago, apparently, he killed some, residents of Easthaven. He had hired them for an expedition out into the snow. Not exactly sure why. Ended up coming back alone. Turns out they found out he had killed every single one of them.
Do they know anything about the wizard, like race, height?
I mean, height was not that tall, I think. They gave me the book and they told me it belonged to him, but they didn't tell me that it was, you know, of a killer, apparently. But, yeah, I mean, they didn't tell me much. I'm pretty sure he's human.
How did they figure out that he killed the people?
They found him out in the snow. He led him to him after they captured him.
And he just confessed?
I guess. I don't know the details. They don't tell me much.
I was worried.
Who was leading the investigation?
The investigation on the wizard.
The murders? Yes.
That would be Captain Imdra Arlagoth. IMDRAARLAGGATH. She's the half-elf that commands the town's militia.
Okay.
I see.
Thank you.
Do you know where we could find her, Tomlin?
Right now, normally I would tell you to go to the town militia's garrison, but hell, with the celebration that's supposed to be heading off tomorrow, there's no telling where she is now.
I see. Thank you. Also, go on, Dylan.
What's the celebration for?
The celebration? You mean Hrothgar's wake? It's a celebration of death. You see, long ago, about 650 years ago or so, Easthaven was founded. And we celebrate it yearly. We celebrate the death that came while making and founding the town. We celebrate those that have died over the years here in Icewind, here in Easthaven.
Is that one of the reasons why everyone is so high-strung? I mean, I never got a warm reception here, but everyone seems to be an awful lot more on edge than I remember.
They're all acting pretty normal, to be honest.
Fair enough.
It's just the way people act here.
Speaking of people and this town, Tomlin, you never told me that you kept me out of those raffles. I found out about them in Bryn Shander.
Right. About those. I may have fibbed about where you were staying and your residence. I found it necessary to protect you. You seem to remind me a lot of my husband, and well, I wouldn't want you to fall to such a stupid thing that these people have come up with in accordance to whatever's going down. I don't know.
Are you part of the raffles?
Unfortunately, yes. I work for the city council.
No, Tomlin.
But worry not for me. I've had my years. I've lived a good life.
A pointless death is still pointless.
Well, I agree. Hence why I kept Kinrava out of the trouble.
You risked a lot to do that.
I've risked more in my time.
Tomlin, listen, you did risk an awful lot for my sake, and thank you for that. It was even more than I originally thought it was.
Oh, it's nothing. I just, kept you out of the drawing. It's no big deal. I'm sure there's plenty of people around here that do it.
Well, and she'll take out the 20 gold she has left from the Bloodstone sale. Look, this'll pay back the money you gave me when I left Easthaven, and it's also a bit extra for everything that you've done for me.
No, well,
Thank you.
he just immediately places his hands over yours and curls your own fingers back over the gold, and he says, "Please, I have no need for such money. I'm an old man, lives with his books. I don't spend much money on food. I'm very happy the way I am. It seems you've got a bunch of friends now that may be in need of your help. That gold may come in handy. You keep a hand on it. It's yours. You've earned it somehow. Keep it to yourself."
You really don't make things easy, do you?
And he kind of just closes his eye, like the old man closing his eyes, and he smiles and just places his hand on your shoulder, kind of pats it, and he goes, "So, friends with Kinrava. What brings you here to Easthaven again? Was it the wizard you say?"
We heard they were burning a wizard.
Yes, they're said to burn the wizard at the end of the festival. Apparently is part of the festival now.
I
Is
want
that
to say
normal?
that's around here not so much.
Depends
Okay.
on your definition of normal. I mean, we are celebrating death, but I would say that it's mostly because we're getting rid of a murderer. People are still pretty happy about it.
And how are they? They're burning him?
Set to burn at the stake.
It's a pretty cruel way to go.
So was the way it handled those people. They say they found him in several locations. Pieces of body in different locations is not the way I'd prefer to go, I'll tell you that.
Perhaps we should find a way to speak to this wizard. Get his side of the story before
They won't let
this
you see a
happens.
wizard.
Yeah, I don't think that's a possibility.
We'd need to go through the captain of the guard for something like that. Besides,
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm also very interested in what he sent them. I needed guides to find.
I don't know what importance that is, but it's very strange, of course, to kill anybody for nothing.
You don't kill someone out in the cold unless they have something you want, or you found something you don't want others to find.
Did that book have anything written in it? Maybe that could give you a clue on what's going on?
Primarily, and she, gets her spell book for a moment. She went, "Oh, by the way, this thing can talk now, so don't worry about it." Then she, reaches into her bag to get the other book out.
Okay. You grab the other book out, and it's a red binded book with golden filigree across its spine.
Oh. She opens the book up for a moment, and actually she's going to take her own book out, and she's like, "Please don't speak right now, I'll talk to you more later." She's going to compare her own arcane write-ins in her book to how this book has been written.
Yep.
Now that she's actually heard it's come from this wizard and proper.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any kind of correlation. The way your arcane writing, it's almost like trigonometry in terms of how it reads, and then you look over at the book and it seems like a simple poetry, or a simple book of poetry. Be it strange and dark poetry, but it is poetry nonetheless.
What's the last entry say?
She'll flip through the book towards the very end.
Mm-hmm. It states something in the terms of how fun it is to watch the lights go out in a person's eyes.
This was the wizards.
This was the wizard. I'm starting to really think he probably did it. I mean, this book isn't exactly a book of fairy tales.
Yeah.
I agree. Maybe they deserve it.
But at the very least, it's something I'd still like to look into. I'm actually surprised that they're killing him so quickly.
Well,
Maybe
I
they
mean,
have strong evidence against him.
yeah, with a bloody knife in your hand and a body laying underneath you, you don't really have much going in your way in terms of defense.
I mean, he still has magic, though. If this is his spell book, and she's going to close it and turn it over again.
Mm-hmm.
If this is his spell book, he wouldn't be able to do all that much, actually. When we wizards write down spells in our spell book, they can't stay in our heads. If memory serves, it's some sort of precaution the goddess of magic, Mistrap, built into the weave itself. So the spells he would have had on him are the ones he's stuck with. So... Sorry, I apologize for rambling. I was far more afraid of what this could have been than what it actually seems to be turning out to be.
So, what are we up to next? Are we going to go talk to the guard, or do we think that the wizard did it?
At the very least, we could talk to the guard to see if they have, any information on where the wizard might have sent these people. I mean, if a wizard who's capable of killing a lot of people very quickly was interested in a place, if nothing else, that is likely a very valuable, rich place.
Well, we should definitely
maybe
be
we
there
can
for
see.
the celebration to make sure nobody's harmed in the process. Very likely, if this is a wizard that's able to do anything, It could go south.
What was you saying, Iceheart?
We could at least see if maybe they have some idea of what his motivations were, like why he committed the murders. I mean,
If
perhaps he
nothing
was
else,
just insane, but...
If nothing else, I want to at the very least find out where this wizard came from as well.
Also, tomorrow, Leodin has a date.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I
He's
do.
real excited about it, too.
Oh, yeah,
Ian
I do.
is really into you, and I'm not joking when I say this. It is disgustingly sweet puppy love. So yes, you have a date tomorrow.
All right. Well, to give us all a reason to be at the festival.
Plus, I think
Yes.
having a festival during these times is hardly the worst thing that could happen. Even if the end might be a bit grisly.
But
Kind
But
of fits the
you might want
times,
to
no?
keep your money real close.
I mean, just make sure they can't see it, you'll be fine. Most people avoid me like the plague, so...
didn't you just say that someone robbed you your first day here?
Oh, they didn't know I was a drow until after they took the gold.
Ah,
And then they got set on fire and ran off screaming. You know, I never really checked in to see if he put that cloak out, now that I actually think back on it.
eh.
Mm.
All right.
And yeah, Tomlin will kind of shrug and laugh and be like, I like your friends, kin. Well, if you need any help from me, of course, I am always here. I don't know what I can offer more than, of course, my knowledge of old dusty tomes.
I still appreciate it. Thank you, Tomlin.
Well then, if you don't need me anymore, I'm going to go ahead and continue my studies.
Alright, should we maybe talk to the town guard next, then?
He kind of just walks up to you, Ken, and be like, and he just caringly kind of like approaches you and grabs both of your wrists and lifts them up a little bit, and he says, just be careful, Ken. And take heed.
She sort of-
This is a unforgiving world to your kind. No, I may have sheltered you for quite some time, but I believe you understand.
She like freezes up a little bit when he touches her, and she's like, I appreciate it, Tomlin. Thank you. Could I'll be out in a moment if all of you want to just wait out there for a bit, if you don't mind.
And then Tom will place the jar back up on the shelf that he had been holding the whole time, and he grabs a book.
Also, I can't
I'll
find
leave.
glue anywhere for that. Just wanted to make sure you knew. I did honestly try to find glue, but there's apparently a shortage of glue in all of Icewind right now.
Makes sense, I guess. And you guys can wait outside if you'd like. Of course, Kin asked you to for a little bit of privacy. All right, and as you guys make your way outside, you see Tomlin rush over to the shelf real quick and just kind of place his hand against it as the door opens. And then the door opens and closes, and he just kind of goes back to doing what he was doing. He kind of looks at you with like a furrowed brow, and he goes, "Is there anything else?"
She actually does reach over and give him a hug.
Oh. And he kind of like is surprised by it and just kind of like lifts his shoulders. And then like kind of melts into it and places his hand around you, or his hands around you.
Thank you. I don't have... I'm new to all of this. Thank you. I don't have many people like that. Thank you.
Neither did we when we first arrived. Take care.
I will. You as well. And she'll first cast Mage Hand again, because she knows what's going to happen. And then she's going to open the door.
Yep. Opens the door, Mage Hand catches it, puts it right back on the shelf, and then walks out.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we should probably. Town Guard, yeah. That. Yeah.
Everything all right?
I'm fine, thank you. Just surprised.
As you guys are standing there, approaching you at a brisk speed, seems to be a bundled up figure that kind of is like holding their hands across their chest and kind of looking in different directions as they approach. You see an elderly, what looks like a half-elf woman with her hood down, and she's kind of talking to herself, and then reaches you. You there? And
Yes?
she kind of just like addresses the group. The small creatures, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. They can save us from the rhyme. As she like grabs you like on your shoulders and starts to shake you, Abel. And she goes, Chewingas. Chewingas are everywhere. They're in your homes. They're in your hair. They're everywhere. Look. They can solve the rhyme. They can solve it. They're one with the elements. I know where you can find them.
I'm gonna
I'll
look
just
around
look
and see
up.
if I see any.
You don't.
I look over at Kinrava, and then I look back at this woman. Where?
And she goes, you do believe me then? You see, the only person that believed me was Jeff. Jeff, he said they were real too, but he didn't believe that I could find them. Look, I can. And she reaches into her coat and pulls out a small lantern. Use this. This will help you find them.
I'll take it from her.
And she goes, go to the outskirts of town. Follow the lantern. It will lead you to where you need to go. If you doubt what I say, go speak with Jeff.
Jeff who?
Jeff, the bouncer at the inn. Or the inn, the pub.
The turtle.
Yes, he is a turtle.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, if you are to find one, please return it to me. I can coax it to help us with the rhyme. I will give you the lantern in return, and an extra bit of gold. And she kind of like holds up a pouch and like shakes it.
And your name is?
She holds it closer to her. Danica. Danica Greysteel. And she like feels inside of her hair.
Kinrava just gonna look at Abel, just like, your call.
Sure, I'll take the lantern from you, and I'll do what I can, but I make no promises.
No, make promises. Help me, please.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
make
seen
promises so
one?
easily.
She looks frustrated.
We're
I'll just
looking
look
to
at the
end
rest
the
of the-
rhyme anyway.
Have you ever seen one?
I've seen many.
Did they ever leave behind one of these?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Seems they like to take and steal and move along.
We'll use the lantern to the best of our ability.
Well, fine. You will find me at the tavern. I will be there. If you shall return, please bring the chewinga to me.
Of course we will. Yes, of course we will. But you might want to ease up on your grip there. Our friend only recently healed after a bad injury.
She forcefully kind of like lets go and then like begins to like pull on her hair.
I'll dust myself off and then I'll start to pat myself down to see if she took anything off me.
Oh my god, I didn't think of that.
Roll a investigation check.
Marked by an old lady.
13.
You find your coin pouch intact under your garments. She steps away as you can see that there's no longer any type of conversation going on, so she just turns around and to the nearest person. They'll save us! They'll save us all! And just continue walking, and the person just like freezes up for a moment and just like rubs his head and looks over at the group and then just goes back to working on whatever she was working on. Or he was working on.
Okay.
What a strange lady.
Did she give us the lantern?
She did.
I think, yeah.
I'll pass it over to Kenrava.
She takes the lantern. Actually, I'm going to cast Identify since I have the ability to make with spells. With Order of Scribes, I can use a ritual spell on its original casting time rather than wait the 10 minutes. So I'm just going to take 1 minute, like just holding a finger up saying 1 minute to the group before having to cast Identify on it.
Okay. Yeah. As you take your finger, you kind of snap, and then in a purple mist, the feather kind of appears in your hand as you take the quill and begin to draw small symbols around it. And after a minute, you do get a sense of magic from it, as it is a lantern. Where is it? It is a lantern of tracking elementals. And you know that when in a close vicinity to elementals, a blue flame will pop up in the lantern.
Well, so I'm going to be completely candid with you. I honestly thought that old woman was lacking a few things, but this lantern actually is the genuine article. It does actually track minor elementals.
That merits at least some sort of consideration to pursuing that, but I don't know if we have time now.
We should probably at least speak with the guard captain, and then we can figure out our next step from there. I'm sorry for dragging all of you back to Easthaven. Paranoia got the best of me. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? What were we going to do in Bryn Shander?
We chose to come with you. You didn't drag any of us.
Thank you.
Oh, but I would like to see you try Dragon Ice Heart here. Can we just go ahead and put money on that?
Sorry, what?
I don't think I have the ability to drag anything near Ice Heart level of strength.
So, like I said, you didn't do anything. We're fine. Let's go talk to the captain of the guard, and we at least have to stay here through tomorrow. Wait,
For
did
the
we find
festival.
out if that festival was a day or several days?
It's tomorrow.
Yep. Okay.
Are we gonna take time to talk to the guard right now?
We may as
Um,
well. I mean, I'm sure Ian will be fine with at the wet trout. Though, and she's going to take back out her spell book and like hold up her quill, tap the front, or open it up and tap the front cover of it, and when she taps it, all of the like writing on this sort of swirls around a little bit, and then comes together to form like a rune on the page that is a perfect circle, but inside of the circle there's like constantly moving text going up and down. Think like Hermaeus Mora's books from like Skyrim or Oblivion or something.
Okay.
And she's going to say, I am going to name you Asher Benapol, Asher for short, and we are going to do great things together.
Asha Benapol. And the book kind of shifts in your hand, almost kind of like as if moving on its own, just, of course, barely, as you could barely feel it. And you hear, Asha Benapol. I like it. I like it a lot.
Wonderful. I'll start giving you a bit more personality next time we have a chance to rest, but for now I think we'll do great things together. She's just doing this in front of everyone, by the way. She's just talking to this book that's talking back to her.
Hey,
Are
Grim.
you my master?
She's talking to a book, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you, master.
And she like close it up and put it back under her belt, and then she'll look at Iceheart.
Grim, does your book do that?
No, it doesn't speak to me. It writes to me, and it's usually not nice.
When did yours start doing that?
Actually, last night I tried it out as part of an experiment. It's something I've always wanted to do, but no, it's turned out quite well so far.
Let's go get a drink.
Before we go any further, does anyone else in this little crew have a book that talks to them? Or a sword? Or a bow? Or a stuffed animal? Or whatever. Something that shouldn't talk, and it talks to them. I just need to know.
Well, I do have an inner voice in the back of my head that's telling me to burn down a certain blacksmith's, but other than that, no.
Don't tell him
I
about
think
me.
we all
No,
have
I'm
that
kidding.
voice.
Oh, and just for the record, chat, I've got this on my notes.
Burn the dwarf shop. So, yeah, you guys can either, go talk to the guard, or if you're going, straight from there to go speak with the bouncer, or go straight to the tavern. Up to you guys, however you guys want to handle it.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
The bouncer works at the tavern, yes?
Yes. Yeah. He
So
was a
in
turtle that
theory,
worked
we
outside.
could go captain of the guard, bouncer, then tavern?
Sure.
Yeah. Where did they say the captain of the guard was again?
They weren't sure.
Around.
Around.
The militia's at the tavern.
That's true. Plus, we've got her name we can just start calling out as we go.
Okay. So you
Sounds like
guys
we head to the tavern.
start yelling out her name as you walk down the street. So what's going on?
I'm doing that, yeah.
You draw a lot of attention to yourselves as everybody seems to be working quietly to their own extent, and you hold out your hands across your face to call out into the night, They just kind of seem to stop and stare at you guys as you walk past.
Maybe we should just ask people instead of screaming.
Now, trust me, we'll be fine.
Okay.
Half these people had several of us marked for pickpocketing the moment we got here. This just makes them think that we aren't scared.
You guys make it all the way to the inn with no success in finding the captain of the guard currently. And standing outside of the wet trout, yet again, you see a large turtle leaning up against the door with his foot kind of kicked up against it. He kind of just looks over to you guys.
Abel, why
Jeff,
don't you...
is it?
Oh.
And he puts his foot down and like stands up straight immediately and like grabs the hilt of his sword. And he goes, "It's Geffen Thirak."
You know, I was about to say, Jeff is a very weird name for a turtle.
That makes so much more sense.
Right?
Where'd you hear the name Jeff?
Danica Greysteel.
And as soon as you say that name, his defensive guard kind of goes into like a sullen or a sulky like, "Oh. Danica. What did she say?"
She asked us to find her at Chewinga and bring it back to her. She said that you might be able to help us.
Of course she did. You know, she's been obsessed about those things since we were kids. They're driving her mad, you know? I'm sure you saw when you met her.
It certainly seemed that way.
Her and I were a sort of inseparable duo growing up. She had found her hands on some strange lantern years ago. Said she had found these small creatures. Everybody else, they bullied her. Didn't believe her. I'm not saying I believe her, but there's never one to lie. I don't know why she would lie about this.
Actually, I checked this lantern that she had, and Kinrava will hold up the lantern.
Yeah, that one. Wait, why do you have it?
She wants us to find it, use this to find them, and again, there's real magic in this. This does track minor elementals.
I mean, if it works, it works.
Although, speaking of which, she hands it over to Abel. You should hold on to this just in case.
Abel, take.
Yep.
I have no idea how to use this, Kinrava.
It's very, very simple. Just hold it tightly, wave it around, and when it starts glowing, you know you're close.
I'm going to look really stupid if I do that.
Look, why? What is she having you do with that lantern?
She wants us to find one of her little creatures and return it to her.
Oh, don't do that. You're only going to make things worse for her.
Well, she said that there was a way to end the rhyme.
Yeah. Have you seen the rhyme get any better in the last 2 years? You really think those imaginary creatures are going to help?
I don't know, but the sacrifices certainly aren't.
How about this? If you were to find...
They're not imaginary. I've seen them.
Okay, well, congratulations. I don't know anything about them, but if you were to so happen to find one using this lamp that you got from her, why don't you bring a Chewinga back to me? That way I can talk to them and get them to leave her alone. They're driving her mad. Said that they're in her hair. She's lost it. Poor woman. Just wish she was back the way she was, you know?
When did all of this
Speaking
start?
people were, you don't happen to know where the guard captain is, do you?
What? No.
You know,
Anyways,
you'd think a
it's-
guard captain.
it started years ago. I don't know.
Before the ride.
20 or 30. These creatures have bothered her for a long time, enough for her mind to go.
Kenrava, you did say that those things are known to be mischievous. Do you think that they could just be tormenting this woman?
Chewinga are very similar to Fae, and personally, I make it a mission of mine to never trust anything that can be related to a Fae creature. They can do just as much good as they can just as much harm. Although I suppose as elemental.
Did she say what she would give you in return if you were to give her this thing? Because I assume she would.
She said we could keep the lantern and we would also have some gold as a reward.
She say how much gold?
I don't think so, no.
Well, how about this? If you return the Chewinga to me, I'll give you 20 gold pieces.
Alright.
Don't let her see it for all God's sakes.
The lantern of my...
To be fair, I don't think trapping one of these creatures and bringing it to someone will exactly win favor with them, especially if you relate them to Fae.
I mean, you can talk to them. You might be able to convince one to come with you willingly.
You know,
But-
Danica's home is not too far outside of the city. You might find some luck there.
At the very least, maybe we can convince them to leave her alone.
Possible. Depends on how much amusement they might be taking in her.
They can go bother the dwarf. Garn.
Something tells me we won't get that lucky. Just out of genuine curiosity, how many people, aside from myself, because I'm certainly doing it, how many of us are actually planning on doing horrible things to that dwarf first chance we get?
He does pay me
I like Garn.
occasionally.
I have no quarrels with the man.
Oh, well, fair enough, fair enough.
So, you gonna help out or what?
Once we
We'll see what we can do.
we'll have a look into it. We need to stay here for the festival anyway, because our friend over here has a date. But we're all also trying to find the captain of the guard to see if we can talk to her about this whole burning wizard thing.
Good luck. I don't know where she's at, and she's pretty elusive to begin with, so...
Then she must be terrible at her job.
She always seems to be at the right place at the right time, apparently.
Speaking of
Well, thank
Ian,
you.
Speaking of Ian, where is he?
What, your little friend?
Yes, that's the one.
He walked around the side. He was helping unload some armor or whatever you guys brought.
Just for the record, completely off the books here. Don't take any of that weapons or armor. Just don't.
I mean, it's not mine. Why would I take it? Look
No,
at me. And he
I
kind of
mean-
like looks down. He's like, do I look like I need armor?
No, but just don't. Just don't. You're better off just using an icicle to skewer someone.
He He says, I got my own right here. He taps his sword.
Great.
Speaking of, what are you doing loitering here? Look, if you're not going to join or come in the inn, you're not going to help out Danica. Get going.
Yes, we plan on coming in.
But also, I thought we planned on finding one of the little things.
I don't...
Whatever. It's fine. We'll go in the inn.
Yes, let's go in then.
All right. And he kind of like stares you down and shakes his head, and then kind of steps out of the way to allow you to pass through the front door. And as you step through the front door, the inside of the inn is kind of like the Northlook Inn. This is a tavern. Excuse me, I keep getting tavern and inn mixed up. It's kind of like the Northlook Inn. As you enter the Northlook Inn, it is the bottom floor is the tavern. So when you enter into the Wet Trout, you can see a large fireplace that has a chimney that leads up towards the center of the building, splitting off two sides of the room as the fireplace is set in the center. On the left side of the room, you see the bar, and behind the bar, you see the very large white-skinned dragonborn female, and she seems to be filling mugs with ale or mead or whatever it is. And you see that this place is bustling. There is a good amount of people in here, namely about 20 or so people just in this small quarter of the room. The noise itself is a lot more boisterous than that of the Northlook Inn. And you hear a lot of glass clanging, you hear a lot of wood beating as people are placing down drinks, and it just seems to be a lot more lively. And on the right side of the room is just another large room full of patrons, and you see that most of them are dressed up to the T, full of their winter gear. As it still is kind of chilly in here, even though it has the fire, you know that no matter where you go, you're still going to be a little cold. And as you look around the room, the two things that kind of stand out to you are, of course, the white dragonborn, and you see Ian on the right side of the room, and he has kind of found a seat, and he is currently just people gazing.
Well, I was hoping to be able to take a moment to talk in private, but figure out what our plans are, but...
Out of the way! As like somebody like shoves you to the side and just moves right past you.
What does he look like?
He just looks like normal. He's a human, probably no more than like 5'5", skinny.
Watch yourself, pal.
Black hair that kind of reaches down to his shoulders. It's like greasy. He kind of turns around as you say, watch yourself, pal. And as he turns around, you now see that like his eye has been like sliced from top to bottom, like across his forehead and cheek. And it's healed really bad, so it's still like pinkish red in coloration. And he looks over at you, and he just like snarls, and he's like missing a tooth in his mouth, and just kind of shoves his shoulder back and turns around.
I'll just scoff at him and...
We might be able to talk here anyway. I mean, truthfully, the more boisterous the tavern, the less likely it is that someone is paying attention to the conversation.
Leodin, I am enraptured by the size of the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see someone who could possibly, who I think might be the tavern keeper or in charge?
Yeah, absolutely. The white dragonborn that is behind the bar is currently working. It looks like they might be the proprietor. As a matter of fact, as you guys are standing there, she notices, like, as you guys are just kind of gazing around and like gathering the whole inn, the whole tavern up, she's like, "What are y'all doing? Find a seat. Stop standing around. Do you want something to drink?"
Does she Go on.
No, go for it.
Does she look familiar in any way, shape, or form, or have any sort of resemblances to anything? Okay, never mind then.
I'm just gonna see Ian over there and head his way.
Okay.
I'm going to go to her. I'm assuming it's a her.
It is. You can see,
Hi.
like I said, a very busty woman.
Hi. So, you don't know me, but I'd like to audition for you right now to play a little bit this evening.
She kind of just like stops what she's doing and lays her large scaled arm across the bar, and she kind of looks you up and down. She's like, "What do you play?"
Normally the mandolin, but I also have my violin with me.
She goes, "I'm not paying you."
Not for an audition, of course not.
"Well, I don't care.
You also wouldn't get any of my tips.
Look, if you start running customers out, you're gonna need to stop."
I won't.
Oh, Leodon. Wonderful idea. Maybe you could play not just here, but at the festival tomorrow.
I had already thought about that, but we didn't see anybody to like talk to today.
Oh, it doesn't matter, just do it. Upstage them.
All right. Can I
People are
go?
assholes.
Whatever. No free drinks either.
All right.
And
I make my way to a stage or the most center of the room.
yeah, there's really nothing. This is not meant to, or they've never really implemented any kind of bardic kind of inspiration. This is most likely just a fisherman's tavern. You see that there are different mounted fish across the room. You know, it is decorated in what looks like tackle and large sea nets that kind of dangle from the ceiling and the walls to kind of decorate the area. The whole place kind of just smells like shit. It smells like fish, right? Like really fishy. And and as you you know, you can walk to wherever you'd like, but there's really not very much clearance. So Abel and Kin, as she's doing this, and I heard Olonu wanted to head over also to Ian. What are you guys doing?
I'm just gonna find a seat.
Kinrava's going to sit down with Abel.
Okay, yeah, Abel and Kin, you kind of separate, and Olanu and Grimly, you also separate towards Ian, and let's say Leodon, you make your way to wherever you'd like in the pub or the bar.
Stand on a table.
And
She isn't gonna do. I'm not exactly gonna do that, but just to clarify, since I know exactly what this tavern looked like, I am playing sea shanties, and I am playing drinking songs.
Got it. Okay. So as you guys go to sit down, Abel and Kin, she will, Nemetra will walk up to you guys, and without even like looking at you, she will just have some writing utensils in hand, and just kind of, without looking at you, she's like, "What do you have to drink?" This is Abel.
I'll
and
take a
Kin.
water if you have any.
She kind of just like raises an eyebrow and like looks up from her nose.
I'm having a bad day.
Bad day, you say?
I'll also have some water as well, please. I need a clear head for what's going to be coming.
Water? You come to an inn for water, or a tavern for water.
No, we come for the company and the atmosphere and your charming presence.
You look at her and she like snorts and like sucks in some like mucus. She's like, "What are you talking about?" And she goes, "Look, if you're not gonna drink anything outside of water, you can walk outside and lick the floor for all I care."
Fine, give me the cheapest thing you have.
Mead. He just looks over at you, Abel. She says, "Having a bad day, huh?"
Yeah.
I could hook you up if you want.
I'm already accounted for.
What? That's not what I meant. I can
What did
give
you
you
mean?
some the harder stuff. It's special for the celebration tomorrow.
I'll look over at Kinrav. Do you have any money on you? Because I don't.
I have. I'll pay for it. Anything to stop her squawking. Kinrav will just hand it over to her.
She kind of bares her
cheapest.
teeth. She kind of bares her teeth at you as you say that. But you pass her the coin. It's 2 silver pieces for your mead. But she kind of looks over like her shoulder and looks around and she says, 1 gold piece. You can have a bit of the Kessel mead.
I think I'll keep what I have, thank you very much. I just had to deal with a dwarf that was trying to squeeze me for every gold piece I was in. I'm gonna at least try to keep a hold of what I have for now.
She kind of
Yeah, I
snorts.
think I'll just take a basic honey mead if you have it.
So be it. 2 honey meads. And she just turns around and walks away. And Leodin, what are you doing?
I am getting ready to play, and I'm ready whenever you're ready. I'm assuming I need to make a roll.
Well, I was just wondering if you are doing anything in particular beforehand. Okay.
No,
So,
the rough crowd, she's just going to jump right in.
Okay,
There's going to be
perfect.
no preamble, no nothing.
Okay. Grimly, Olanu, you make your way over to Ian as they are making their drink order and Leodin prepares herself. What are you doing? Ian seems to
Hey,
just like
Ian.
not see you at all as he's just like looking around. He's like, "Oh, hey."
So, Laodin's about to play.
What? And he kind of like
gonna-
starts looking around.
Yeah, she's getting ready to start. How did the exchange go?
What? And he's just like not paying attention. Yeah, what? The exchange. What? Oh, yeah. No, it's fine. Whatever. It's just, it's business as usual.
Good, good. I'm gonna grab a seat with you if you don't mind.
Yeah, pull up a stool. And he's just got his neck kind of like extended and looking around trying to find Leodin.
She's right over there, by the fireplace.
He settles in.
Calm down.
He kind of shoots you a glare as soon as you say that. And all right, so Alanu, are you doing anything in particular?
She'll just order a mead.
Yeah, you place your hand in the air and you just get like a nod from Nemetra.
Yeah.
She looks over at Grimly and just kind of points. And then nods again. All right.
You said it was 2 silver?
Yep, 2 silver pieces for regular mead. All right. So, Leodin, I need you to roll a performance check, but I need you to roll the performance check with disadvantage.
I already had 2 ready because I figured that was going to be the case.
Perfect. Perfect.
That is an 18.
An 18. So, as you kind of begin to play, I assume on your mandolin, the crowd is almost louder than your instrument. But as you begin to walk around the room, the instrument gathers the attention of a few of the tavern goers, and you see Ian. Well, you don't see, but of course the people with Ian. Ian has like literally gone over and like hit people's table to get them to shut up, as he's just like looking over and like points over towards you. But for the time being, it seems like you've gathered their attention, but a lot of these people are not like into whatever is going on right now. As a matter of fact, you're gaining a few scowls from some of the harder looking patrons. Kin, did you have anything?
Kinrava's just going to cast Prestidigitation so that around Leoden for the next hour is the smell of fresh flowers. Just so that it's not so fishy around her.
Alright. So yeah, the smell of fresh flowers. You see, like, some people are into it, and then other people that are used to the fish smell are like, oh, what is that? As they, like, hold their nose.
Savages.
And you gather the fact that this is a very tough crowd, being here in Easthaven. And for that moment, you see that the crowd kind of is getting together. It's a joyous occasion, but not. And you know, Ian's into it fully. The group that you came with, of course, enjoys it. But you see the bartender kind of like look at you and look around the crowd and just kind of sneer for a moment and continue pouring mead and walking out to the next person. And as your music hits a crescendo, we'll go ahead and end today's session.
Let's go.
So, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Those that are watching on YouTube, you guys need to be here on the live stream. We're doing some great stuff like giveaways. Next week, we're going to be giving away some D&D material. We gave away dice today. I hope to see you guys soon. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. We are so close to 100 subscribers on YouTube. It would be super, super awesome of you guys, because at 100, we get to change the little URL up top to say Nat1Fun. Makes it a lot easier for people to find us. Great community of people. You guys should definitely join our Discord on top of that. Anyways, thank you guys so much. We'll see you next Saturday. Keep being your best self. Bye, guys.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.